All right, we'll move on to our regular meeting. This meeting of the Seguin Independent School District has been duly called. A notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. We'll start with the pledges to the U.S. and Texas flag and a moment of silence. This evening, our pledges will be led by Adeline Cisneros from a fourth grader at Jefferson Elementary. Miss Adeline.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Item C, we have superintendent announcements.
Board members and all of our guests out there, we have a lot of really wonderful things happening here in Seguin ISD. It's been a pleasure to see our students and teachers. Earlier this month, I read to our dual language students at Ball, our pre-K students, that is, there is nothing like ending the day with a good story surrounded by our youngest matadors. We also had a great time earlier this month surprising our teachers who received a teacher incentive allotment designation. You'll meet them in just a few minutes. Band students joined us for our campus visit, so I stopped by with breakfast last week to say thank you, and they treated me to a special performance of a UIL piece. I cannot wait to see what they accomplish. They sounded fabulous. Here's what else our students have accomplished recently, and it's a lot. Our Destination Imagination students from Weinert, AJB, Barnes, and Seguin High School are headed to state next month. SHS senior Danielle Naimi has been named a National Honor Society Scholarship semifinalist. Several students represented Seguin ISD at the Region 20 Spanish Spelling Bee. SHS sophomore Diego Gamboa Garcia finished 4th. Seguin High School senior Eduardo Eddie Barrera Jr. earned 2 titles and a $10,000 scholarship at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Junior Shootout. Paxton Lagore earned the grand prize in the physical science category at the Alamo Regional Science and Engineering Fair. In athletics, 7 student athletes signed their college commitment letters to TLU and Navarro College this month. The men's varsity basketball team made it to the playoffs. Lady Matador Soccer is undefeated and headed to the playoffs for the first time. Our men's soccer team is wrapping up its 2025 season in the next few weeks, while baseball and softball are underway. Best of luck to the 13 student athletes from the Lady Matador powerlifting team who will compete at regionals in Edinburgh tomorrow. The Matador men's powerlifting team finished third at the Carnes meet and won the Matador Invitational. Our Matador track and field students took first and second in several events at the Tiger Relays. In CTE, we have students now who offer tax preparation services at the high school to eligible community members. More information is available on our website. Students from our Future Farmers of America chapter participated and placed in the Guadalupe County Youth Show and the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Cosmetology students who participated in Skills USA have qualified for state. I got to join computer science and engineering students to try a breakout box mobile learning lab with Learning Undefeated. Our senior criminal justice students attended the 29th annual Campus Crime Stoppers Conference here in Seguin last week. In fine arts, our art students competed in the regional visual arts scholastic event. Most of them received the highest rating and 2 qualified for state. Several students also participated in the Art League show over the weekend. The high school's indoor drum line took first place at the Texas Educational Color Guard Association's Wagner Regional. Winter Guard also participated in the Wagner Regional and earned second place in their division. Grupo Folclórico de Seguin High School won first place at Bailes de Mi Tierra, as well as 4 awards at the 2025 North Texas Ballet Folclórico Competition. Seguin High School theater students Paxton Lagore and Eleanor Crittenden were named Texas Thespian Scholars. Eleanor Crittenden and Katie Torres also qualified for nationals at the Texas Thespians virtual competition. The Star Steppers and Starline dance teams won multiple awards at the Dripping Springs High School Crowd Pleasers contest this past weekend. Seguin High School hosted and competed in UIL State Mariachi last week, earning a rating of average, which is a very high standard. How exciting. I know Matador Nation is proud of all their hard work and accomplishments. We have done some great things. We have some great things happening on our campuses, including No One Eats Alone Day, which was recently held at AJB. Our high school staff also took time recently to create anchor boxes, which will be available to our high school classrooms or be delivered directly to a student's home at their request. Each box includes a letter of encouragement from an SHS educator with resources to provide support and hope for those in need. Anchor boxes are part of the grassroots Find Your Anchor movement aimed at suicide prevention, awareness, and education. Thank you to our Communities and Schools Site Coordinator, Cassie Martinez, for leading this process. I was also honored to recognize several members of our staff during our District Ministerial Alliance meeting. The mental health counselors who spoke to our group make a difference by providing trusting relationships and open communication, which contribute to student success. That is all part of the Matador mindset, so I was proud to award them with Matador pins to thank them for their work. This past month, we also recognized our counselors for National School Counseling Week and our crossing guards in recognition of Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. Thank you to our community for their ongoing support of Seguin ISD. Our community has donated to the high school's new lawn club, participated in our bond oversight, long-range family planning, facility planning, and strategic planning committees, and turned out to support our student athletes at Meet the Mats. Without the community support, we would not have some new additions to Seguin ISD. Students at 6 campuses recently tried out new furniture that will be added thanks to Bond 2022. The bond also paid for these, our new buses. 10 buses have been delivered and are already on routes. By early summer, we will have 3 more new route buses and 3 buses for special education Thank you, Seguin ISD Bond 2022 supporters. Finally, we still have much to look forward to, even this week. I know the Seguin Education Foundation's Mardi Gras fundraiser will be fantastic. This year's paddle race fundraiser will benefit our Seguin ISD counselors' budgets to provide mental health support for our students. Thank you in advance to those putting it together and to those who generously support SEF. I hope you'll make note of 2 more events coming up. We have the ribbon cutting at Matador Legends Ballpark on Monday, March 3rd, and the Community Kite Festival at Manuel C. Castilla Park on Saturday, March 22nd. Everyone is invited, and we hope you'll join us for 2 wonderful events. I apologize, I just couldn't cut any of those good news out. We have a lot of great things to celebrate.
All right, it's that time of year. Thank you very much. All right, we're moving on to item 1D, board member reports. Start with Mr. Brown.
I have nothing to report tonight.
Thank you.
I wanted to share a shout out to the men's basketball team. Was able to watch them go play in their final playoff game. And even though they were down by a substantial amount, they were not going to be able to come back. To see the sportsmanship of our players. The other team was playing a little rough, and it was just great to see the sportsmanship and just they continued the teamwork and how they really, until the last seconds, tried to make magic happen.
I also attended the basketball game, and it was a good game. We had a good time. I also went to a baseball game. Finally got to see the field in action, and you could see that the students were proud of that field that they were playing on, and went to the mariachi competition, which was a good show.
I've just been a decent amount of time the last month reading at all of our different campuses. It's been a great pleasure to me. Of course, I had a little more fun reading at Ball than I did the seniors at the high school. It's been great, and that's what I've been up to. It was a great book, but the audience was a little better at Ball.
I too had an opportunity to read at Ball, and after I was finished reading, they all came up and hugged me, and it was just so sweet. And I read to 2 different classes at Ball, same scenario. They all ran up and hugged me. And I also read at the high school, and I told them before I started, now, at Ball Early Childhood Center, they just came running up to hug me. But you guys just take your time. Don't hurt yourself running under your desk trying to get to me. Nobody hugged me, but they did take a picture with me, so that was exciting. And I missed moving on in that reading competition that we're in by 10 minutes. So congratulations to those of you who are still in the competition, because that's a lot of hours of reading. So thank you for reading to our students. I've done a little bit of everything this month, from the TIA campus celebrations, which was a wonderful time, to strategic planning and emceeing the Meet the Mats, again reading at both schools, attending the Mariachi UIL competition, which was fantastic, and the basketball playoff game. I was so very proud of them because they showed a lot of grit and determination in that game. I was very, very proud of how far that team has come. And also attended graduation at Mercer Lindbergh Learning Center today, and 27 in total graduating today. So that's very exciting when we graduate students. And I also want to encourage everyone to go online. If you can't make it out, I think all the tickets are sold to the Seguin Education Foundation banquet coming up, or the Mardi Gras celebration. But you can go online and bid on items in the silent auction and the paddle auction. So we encourage you to do that. Thank you.
I have a few. I too went to the graduation today, and always brings tears to my eyes, because I know of the dedication the students have to give to make up their work and excel and to graduate, and listening to their goals of what they wanted to do was just so heartwarming, because they have wonderful places to go. I did also attend the teacher incentive celebration fun going around the district and celebrating with those teachers. I did do a lot of reading, a lot of McQueenie, because I live like a block or two from McQueenie Elementary, and I did read today at Jefferson too. And I happened to be in one of my third grade classes over there, and they've kind of gotten to know me because I come in and read quite a bit. And they gave me a book, and it said that they're studying the Martin Luther Black History Month and all that kind of stuff, and gave me a book on the Children's Crusade. And I said, oh, this looks good, and I opened it up. It has a timeline. It says 1963, blah, blah, blah. And oh, I was 10 years old then. And their eyes just looked at me like, what? You were there, miss? I go, well, I was around that time. So I kind of did a lot of reminiscing through that whole book, because yes, I was very young at that time through all of that in the deep south of New Orleans. So it was a very interesting class, and I think we both learned a lot from each other. So that was my time.
Thank you. I have had fun reading to classes. I too got to revisit Fahrenheit 451. I also agreed to read in Spanish at ball, and those children were very patient with me and my Spanish. So I feel like I should give them some sort of prize. They were wonderful. I've also gone to Jefferson and Kentucky and all kinds of places. I got to visit my old classroom at Kentucky, so that was fun. Mariachi, we saw off the power lifters today. Mrs. Burns and I did the breakout box, and we realized that the cosmetology students are way better at just about anything than we are. You do not want us in your quality control department. I did the facility planning meeting, the strategic plan, got to see our DI students, MBLC graduation, and I have a sneak preview that almost nobody has seen of our one-act play. And I invite you to the public performance on Tuesday at 7. We'll be seeing our theater students here pretty soon. So it's just amazing to go around the district and see all the wonderful things that are happening. So thank you. And for anybody that's here, just invite us. Like, obviously, we will come to things. All right. Moving on, we have our recognition and campus presentations. The first is the student, staff, community recognition from faculty.
All right, President Crittenden, trustees, Dr. Beal, I'm going to introduce our students of the month. I'm not sure if everyone's here, so we might have to see who we have. Ladies and gentlemen, our superintendent students of the month tonight, joining us tonight are from Jefferson Avenue Elementary, Kentucky Elementary, Barnes Middle School, and Seguin High School. Our first student to be recognized tonight is Adeline Cisneros from Jefferson Elementary, who you heard from a little earlier. This 4th grade student is on the more A's than B's honor roll and is known for being an outstanding student in every way. Her principal says she is enthusiastic, determined, kind, thoughtful, and considerate. Her parents are Tony Radke and Luis Cisneros. Congratulations, Adeline. not sure if our Kennedy Student of the Month is here. Anybody? Okay, we'll save him for next month. All right, Barnes Middle School is represented tonight by 8th grader Cash Pooley. Cash is an AB Honor Roll student athlete and student aide. His teachers say Cash is an upstanding student who exemplifies and represents Barnes with dignity and respect. Cash's mom is Melissa Lee Pooley. Congratulations, Cash.
Lisa, you have to come up here.
Okay, and is our Seguin High School student here tonight? All right. Think so? Miss Franklin? See? Hi. All right, sorry I didn't get to come see you earlier. So our final student of the month this evening is Seguin High School freshman Faith Franklin. Wait till you hear about this young lady. Her teachers say she asks insightful questions, respects her teachers and peers, and is a natural leader in class. As starting guard for the varsity girls basketball team, Faith finished, see, I knew that was going to happen. Faith finished the season with 322 points, a school record for most points scored in a player's freshman season. Her parents are Shante Ramirez and Ronnie Franklin. Congratulations, Faith. All right, I'm going to turn things back over to Dr. Beal for this month's Apple Award. Yes.
For our Apple Award, one of the best parts of every board meeting is that I have the opportunity to recognize some of our unsung heroes, the people who make Seguin ISD the wonderful place it is for our students and their families. February's recipient of the Superintendent Apple Award is a perfect example. This person is well known to families at their campus, but I'm not sure our families know everything this person does to help keep their school running smoothly. Whether it's planning social emotional learning, providing fun activities like the Jingle Bell Run, or organizing special education packets, this person has a hand in a large part of what happens at Potlawn Elementary. But their story in Seguin ISD did not start there. The East Texas Baptist University graduate came to Matador Nation in 2015, where she joined Seguin High School as a science teacher. Then moved to Patlan to become the school counselor, where her principal, Annalisa Rangel, says she is a ray of sunshine who brings joy to the entire campus. Ms. Rangel went on to say that her kindness is truly unmatched, and she goes above and beyond to create a positive environment for everyone. She was also described as a valued partner to her school's parents and a compassionate listening ear for Patlan's teachers. One teacher said she goes above and beyond to support our students and always has a bright smile and a hug for all our kids. Another Seguin ISD counselor shared that this person always provides an empathetic perspective in every situation. By providing kindness, care, and unwavering support for everyone on her campus, this Matador sets an example for our students of which we can all be proud. I am so proud she is part of our team. It is my honor to introduce our February Superintendent Apple Award recipient, Alyssa Gomez. She's gonna have to present. She's really nice.
Congratulations.
Item 2B is recognition of teachers from the Teacher Incentive Allotment.
President Crittenden, trustees, Dr. Behiel. I have the privilege of introducing Seguin ISD's recipients of the Teacher Incentive Allotment. Hopefully we have most of them here tonight. I know we have a few who weren't able to join us, so we will make sure they get their recognition. These 17 teachers represent 7 schools across our district and include recipients from all 3 TIA designations: recognized, exemplary, and master. These teachers were required to meet Seguin ISD's rigorous criteria to qualify for approval. We are proud to honor their accomplishments during the district's first year to submit data for the program. I will call each teacher up to be honored by our trustees and Dr. Behiel, starting with our recognized teachers and followed by those who are in the exemplary and master designations. And it's just a reminder, we will take a group photo right after we finish with all 17. Yes, ma'am. Each teacher will receive a placard that has their name and their designation. Again, that's recognized, exemplary, and master, and that way they can put it up at their classroom. All right? Okay, so let's start with Patlan. In the recognized category, we have Natalie Bader.
I know, everybody's watching. Yeah, just go stand over
Yes,
there.
we'll have you stand right over here. Thank you, ma'am. Also from Patlon, being recognized for the recognized designation, Marie Ceballos. Like best award winner. And from Vogel, also recognized, we have Kaylin Hernandez. I'm not sure if she's here tonight, but that's all right. We'll make sure she gets her placard. I don't believe our next recipient is here either, but from Weiner, Mr. Valdemar Nava is also here. He is here. You snuck in on me.
Yeah.
Our next recipient from Barnes, also recognized, Randy Rangel. Okay. Our next recipient, also I don't believe is here, unless I'm surprised again, from Seguin High School, Xander Bien. We'll move on to the exemplary category from Kaneki, and I'm pretty sure all three of these teachers are here. Carolina Guerrero. I'm gonna also call up our next couple of recipients. Laura Jones. And Stephanie Couch. Continuing in the exemplary category from Jefferson, we have Deborah Rideau. From Patlon, also exemplary, Juan Hernandez. Don Lawhorn. Tracy Masters. And from Rodriguez, also designated exemplary, Sandra Torres. Clear up a little bit here, just momentarily. We have 3 master designated teachers this year. That is the highest designation in TIA. And I'll start with Jefferson with Kim Erlinson. Also from Jefferson, Daniel Guardiola. And our final teacher this evening from Rodriguez, Rosalinda Moravec.
That's awesome.
All right, we're going to take a quick picture, but ladies and gentlemen, those are your TIA allotted teachers this year.
Hey, Emily, do you want to do it in front of the dais?
We can.
Since there's such a big group, which is
Absolutely.
fantastic.
Everyone has to stay.
No. Let me get there.
I think we should be. Board members don't.
TIA is the best. You did it.
Okay. Good? Here's the board. Okay, I gotta jump in, I'm sorry. Gotta get it going. I know, I heard you. Not sure how that's gonna work, but this will be fun. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not again. All right, 1, 2, 3. Y'all, I got every one of you in.
Our spring 2025 student teachers and mentor teachers.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, President Crichton, Dr. Beheelan, Board of Trustees. Tonight, Ms. Van and I have the privilege of introducing student teachers and their mentors for the 2024-2025 school year spring semester. If you recall, student teachers is a cooperative endeavor between universities and school districts that allow an induction into the teaching profession. We have student teachers from Texas Lutheran University and Texas A&M San Antonio. Student teaching consists of carefully planned sequence of first-hand experimental learning under the mentorship of current Seguin ISD teachers. So here's what a day may look like. Student teacher prepares a lesson. They share with the class. The lesson is presented to the class reacts. How? Well, that all depends on the lesson. Sometimes it goes good, and sometimes it just needs some adjustments. But either way, the mentor teacher is always there to support and give quality feedback. Mentor teachers, thank you for the time you pour into the future of our profession. You are a great example of what teachers do. We are mentor proud. Student teachers, please continue working on your craft. Our students and profession needs you. Hang in there and have some fun. You have a mentor to get you through this. And remember, Seguin ISD is your home. Ms. Van, would you please come up and recognize our student teachers?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Our first student teacher is Sydney Hausler, and her mentor teacher is Claudia Pettis from Vogel Elementary. Next, we have Carla Hernandez and Belinda Cervantes from Rodriguez. Next up is Emma Oberly and Crystal Perez from Rodriguez. Student teacher Jacob Sackstetter, and mentoring teacher Valdemar Nava from Weiner. Student teacher Amber Johns and mentoring teacher Catherine Haynes from Putman. Student teacher Melissa Miras and mentoring teacher Stacy Beatrick from AJB. And completing the circle is Ana Longoria, student teacher and mentoring teacher Analicia Ramirez from Barnes.
We could have everybody just come up here for a minute. Oh, I've got it. Now the real question is, will anybody blink? All right, 1, 2, 3.
Moving on to item 2D, campus highlights. Mr.
President Creedon, Dr. Vigil, trustees, tonight I had the honor of introducing our campus highlight presentation from Jefferson Avenue Elementary. Jefferson is in my district, District 2, and serves just over 400 kindergarten through 5th grade students. This semester, the school has new leadership with the addition of Principal Maria Guerra, who comes to Jefferson from Ball Elementary Childhood Center. Ms. Guerra is here with several staff members, including 2 of our newest TIA designated teachers, to present how her team keeps students engaged and excited about growing academically. Ms. Guerra, we all look forward to hearing about your campus.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. What you will see are short videos on how Jefferson teachers keep their students excited about learning and how to keep them engaged. Each one has a different approach. What you may see is a teacher taking the science lab outside or bringing their reading to life. When looking at the video, we want to showcase how the different grades and teachers get these students motivated. On a final note, as Mr. Guerra mentioned, we do have Mr. Doe, who is TI recognized as exemplary, and then Ms. Erlinson as well, who's highlighted. She is TI recognized as master teacher. So I hope you enjoy.
Hi, I'm Deborah Riddell, and I'm a 4th grade teacher here at Jefferson. This is some of the posters I have in my classroom. We have a variety of readers, different levels, so my job is to really make reading engaging to help deepen their understanding, make it more interactive. So we do some read alouds, we do a lot of group discussions. This week we're doing a drama, so we're getting to do theater, where the students really take on the role, act it out. We even use like props that we have in the classroom, and they really bring it to life, and they really believe it.
Perseus, son of Zeus, and the lovely Janet Eve, what gift do you bring to the king? My king, you surely know I cannot afford an exclusive gift. Attention everyone, this man insults his king by bringing no gift. Are you so lazy that you spend your time gazing up at the stars and wishing on them for your fortune? I I really like the head of the Gorgon, Medusa. No monster will stop me. I will travel the world to get the job done. And I'll look after your fair mother until you return, if you return.
Perseus, no! This odyssey will mean certain death.
Don't worry, Ken.
Here at Jefferson Elementary. So one way that I monitor and adjust daily for my instruction is daily exit ticket data, and my kids are super engaged in it as well. So one thing I do as a teacher as I check the exit ticket data is I monitor which kids are on tier 2 or tier 3. That way I know that as I'm taking my laps for the next day that I can meet with those kids individually or in small groups during guided nonfiction. One way that I engage my kids in it is posting it on the wall. They're very competitive. They want to see who can be the highest between each of my 3 classes. So, for instance, this class got 89% on converting decimals to fractions, fractions to decimals. And since they won, they received a tally, the first team to 15 tallies. As the winner, they get to plan what type of class party prize that they want to have. And so they're all competitive about reaching the highest percentage on their ticket data.
In our lesson that day, we were reviewing, which reviews are kind of hard because you are having to go over a lot of material. And for me, I really wanted to make the review fun and engaging. And so what we did is we took the activity that I wanted us to work on and we wrote our names on the back. And then after that, we shuffled them around our table group. That way we preserved the anonymity and kiddos felt safe to be able to share work, even though it wasn't their work, but we didn't quite know whose work we were looking at. Then we stand up, and then we push in our chairs, and we kind of have a fun musical chairs where I play music, and so we kind of dance around the room. And then once the music stops, they then stop at another person's desk, and they're able to look at what the person did, look at the work that they did, see if they agree or disagree. Then they talk to the people that are close by them. What did we find? Did we agree with the person that we sat at their desk? Did we not agree? And so we're able to have those really good academic conversations. Then, if we needed to fix something, we'll tweak it, always making sure that we go over respect and how to respectfully look at other friends' work and things like that. Then we will get up, we'll continue the process over. And it's a really, really good opportunity for us just to see what other friends are doing, kind of see a different perspective of how other people might be doing something, really making sure we understand the why behind the work that we are doing.
Hi, my name is Valerie Garcia. I'm a teacher here at Jefferson Elementary. I teach 4th grade, and so this year we started implementing a brand new resource. We started implementing Solvis. And so my goal this year has been not only to teach that resource, but also to take it a step further and allow the kids more opportunities for some more hands-on experiences. So for example, this is our team from Solvis. This is our team. We will describe the continuous movement of water and explain the role of the sun. And so we've already kind of finished this topic. They've already taken their quiz, we've collected data, but now I like to take a step further. And so today their closing task was to create a comic strip story of a drop of water as it journeys through the water cycle. And so not only are they getting creative with it and taking it a step further, but they still have to demonstrate a clear understanding of the water cycle, because they have to incorporate all the stages into their comic strip to show. So here's an example of what the students are working on. And so this is taking multiple days because I have created a rubric for them I'm going to be using to gauge them, but I'm trying to incorporate creativity, I'm trying to incorporate effort, have them demonstrate understanding of this skill, and then incorporate their writing, because writing is a big piece right now. A lot of the kids came in unable to complete a sentence, and so we've really been hitting writing this year in 4th grade, and so they've come a really, really long way. So I try to incorporate writing into everything that they do. And because of that, you can see from our data, okay, this was topic 1 at the beginning of the year when we first started using Solus, and you can see 43% passing, 36%, 57%. But after incorporating, the writing strategies, really breaking it down for them with SERs, they gradually made growth throughout the year, and they've kept it consistent. This was before using strategies, and then after strategies, and after all those hands-on experiences. So I think that the kids have really come a long way, and they're showing steady growth.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next item is item 3, audience with the board. The Seguin ISD Board of Trustees designates a time for audience participation at the beginning of each meeting to hear persons who desire to make comments in accordance with board policy EED local. Those wishing to speak sign up before the meeting begins, stating the concern or noting the agenda item they wish to address. Audience participation is limited to 5 minutes. The board shall not deliberate any subject that is not on the posted agenda. We have one speaker this evening, that is Addison Owens, and the topic is student life. Addison. Is it doing, okay, so there's a timer for you. It should just be on.
Tonight, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the significant progress my district has made over the past few months. While I see that there are still areas that require work, I've also learned that change doesn't just happen overnight, and certainly doesn't happen by just one person. It takes all of us working together. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Behill for all the positive changes we have seen this year. While they may seem small, they've made a real difference. That being said, I did notice that Dr. Behill seemed a little bit overwhelmed when she walked into the 8th grade lunchroom not long ago. Well, honestly, it is really overwhelming for all of us, not just for the administrators, students, and the teachers as well. The most noticeable change for me is a genuine effort to understand the needs of our students and our community. It's clear that we are all moving in the right direction, and personally I feel safer, happier, and more understood now than I did just a few months ago. I now know who to turn to when I have a problem, and how I might be addressed. As a student at the HAB, I would love to start a kindness club, as I've seen there is one at the high school. Helping others in our school communities is powerful. It's not just about doing a good deed. It's about creating a stronger, more supportive environment where everyone can thrive. When we support each other, the school atmosphere becomes more welcoming and less stressful for all involved. I recently had the chance to sit with a student at school who doesn't have many friends and is often bullied or overlooked because he's different, much like my brother. I offered to be his partner on a school assignment, and it got me thinking, is it really that hard to be nice like that? Small acts of kindness can make a huge difference. According to mentalhealth.org, evidence shows that helping others can also benefit our own mental health and well-being. For example, it can reduce stress, improve moods, boost self-esteem, and increase happiness. I thoroughly enjoyed Kindness Week at AJB. It made me feel a lot better about myself. And I'd like to request your support in establishing a kindness club here at our school meeting. Additionally, I would love to help other students in the Seguin School District start similar clubs at their campuses if they wish. Thank you for your time and consideration. Together we can make our schools a more supportive and kind place for everyone.
Moving on to reports and information items. 4A, proclamation of theater and art schools month. Mr. Tejas and others, yes, I have that.
So I'll read the proclamation. Whereas every year in March, the American Allegiance of Theater and Education, the Educational Theater Association, and the International Thespian Society partner for Theater in Our Schools Month to raise awareness about the value, ironically, I'm not projecting.
You're not on the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. International Thespian Society partner for Theater in Our Schools Month to raise awareness about the value of theater education and draw attention to the need for all students to have access to a quality theater program. And whereas theater is an integral part of arts education, and the arts have been a part of life from the very beginning and are an inseparable part of the human journey, describing, defining, and deepening the human experience and adding depth and dimension to the environment we live in. And whereas all students participating in arts education courses benefit from the skills and processes developed through the arts and apply those skills in a variety of disciplines and settings, no matter their intended career path. And whereas participating in theater contributes to a student's development through heightened skills in listening, understanding human experiences, adapting to and respecting others' diverse ways of thinking, communicating, effectively analyzing nonverbal communication, reading, self-expression, imagination of humankind, creativity, and whereas theater helps develop self-confidence, boost self-reliance, and increase empathy and compassion towards oneself and others, and whereas as a creative outlet or as the beginning steps toward a professional career, theater programs in Seguin shape the future of our young people. There are a variety of benefits that come from taking part in these programs for students of all backgrounds and professional and educational interests, including creative problem-solving skills, the ability to accomplish team goals, and many more. Now, therefore, I, Denise Cretenden, Board President of Seguin ISD, do hereby proclaim March 1st through 31st, 2025 as Theater in Our Schools Month in Seguin ISD, and urge all citizens to celebrate theater programs and the students that participate in them as we work toward a better future for this important part of every student's education. Anyone want to say?
I was gonna say, if you do, please go ahead, otherwise I'll take your picture.
Okay.
I will. Okay. So I will just say thank you so very much for taking a moment to recognize what we do in theater. Some of you that are sitting in the chairs did theater with me. And so I know that it's an important part of every individual developing, not just academically, but emotionally and socially and creatively. So thank you for taking this time to recognize that and for recognizing these students in your journey. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent and fellow theater people here in Seguin. Just really quickly, I would like to thank everybody who supports us in our journey teaching theater and learning theater here in Seguin. Without your support, we could not do what we do, and we could not grow the way we grow, and we could not do the shows that we do. So we appreciate your support through and through all the time, and come out and see our shows. We all have shows coming up, so come out and see them. We'll be very excited to see you there.
Thank you all so much for calling us out today. I just want to say I've worked in a lot of different districts in Seguin. It shows a commitment to their fine arts through the budget that they have provided. It's one of the better budgets I've had in my teaching career, and as we have gone through some unfortunate budget cuts and things throughout the year, I thank you for your commitment to keeping our fine arts healthy and strong. It makes us feel seen, and it supports our kids in the best way possible. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's too small.
Can we have those of you in the front on the floor, can you take a step this way, please? Oh. Yep, scooch that way. Please. Yes. There we go. And then we'll get on the side. Make sure everybody gets their photos. Good? Okay, one more.
Good.
Good luck. Come on, 3, 2, 3. All right, thank you.
Glad to have some fans out in the audience. Moving on to 4B, career and technical education overview and updates.
Dr. Raheen, Board President Crittenden, and board members. This is the board report for this year. We have some great things happening in career and technical education, so I'm going to go ahead and try to be as animated as possible after the fine arts group, and you will see that we are doing some great things in career and technical education, CTE. Very excited to present this information. I gave Dr. Raheen a proclamation that we had with the mayor and also with the city representatives. We invited 3 teachers, Ms. Weber, she teaches business. We invited Ms. Mosher, she is a new teacher for our law enforcement program. And Mr. Tim Cantu, he does the NATCAS, he's our audio video production teacher. So we invited them. They also got a copy with the signature of Mayor Dodson. And we were so excited on February the 4th. It is CT month, and we're still in February, so we're celebrating everything CT. This is just the population trends, and this came from the EDC and the Chamber. I thought it was very important to understand what is happening here in Seguin and the growth. One of the things I want to point out is those millennials, that Gen Z, and once again that Gen Alpha that's coming. It is at 10.1%. But you will see right around 2001 that spike in growth. We're approximately at 34,000, and one of the things that I tell our teachers, it's coming. We got 57 communities that are being built in the area, and that growth is coming, and that's a good thing for career and technical education. It is a good thing for Seguin. When it comes to our students, approximately 2,000, over 2,000 students are registered here at the high school. We have 26 CTE teachers. 11 of the 14 career clusters are represented. We have 16 programs of study. We offer a total of 24 IBCs or industry-based certifications, things like NCCER, AWS, American Welding Society, Certiport Training Facility. We also have a Robotics 1 program at both of the middle schools. And we want to increase those CT courses at the middle schools by creating more opportunities for our 7th and 8th grade students. One of the things that we'll be doing next year is bringing on-ramps. It's a dual credit with the University of Austin. And we are already teaching some of these courses, computer science, we have the audio video production, and we'll be pairing that course so students can get 3 credits at UT. What's great about on-ramps, it's a CCMR a designation indicator or a checkpoint. This is our total enrollment for our CTE. You will see in there, we've broken it up into all our programs of study. You will see that students are enrolled in multiple courses, and why you see those big numbers. We are definitely outgrowing our skin, and that's one of the things that I see coming into the district, and that's, once again, I think it's a great thing for CTE because we can offer more opportunities. When you see a number like computer science at 35, our teacher that's teaching that course, it's a split teacher. They're also teaching math, so they don't have a full 6 sections, 7 sections of CTE, and you'll see those numbers. But that's one program that does offer certification. We have our construction, 123 students. That includes our principles of construction. And that's where most of our numbers lay because our shop is relatively small, and we could put in 15, 16 students in there at a time so they could be safe because they are operating tools, and sometimes our ag programs are operating welders and laser cutters. Our health science is great. Our law enforcement, once again, we have a new teacher there, and our STEM engineering. These have those numbers there. When it comes to the enrollment, one of the things that we'll see is that steady increase. And when you don't see all 2,000 students in CT, that's because some of those students are taking fine arts. And I want to definitely be competitive with fine arts and athletics, but our numbers are healthy, and that's a good thing for CT. IBCs, the Achilles heel, right? We want all our kids to be certified. This is very specific to our CCMR. And what that means, those are our seniors that have taken an IBC, an industry-based certification. It is an end-of-course accomplishment. Those students are there the entire year. Come the last 3 months, they're ready to go ahead and take this test that, whether it's a test in CNA, in phlebotomy, PCT, patient care technician, whether it's non-commissioned certification, an Adobe certification, in Illustrator for our Autodesk or Adobe Photoshop. Once again, this is not an easy accomplishment, but you see that increase. Our goal is to go ahead and get from 175 to 200 IBCs for our seniors. Once again, we're having all students tested, but one of the ways we get graded is having those seniors for our CCMR. One of the things that's been happening, we see the major events, and I won't highlight everything, but I will highlight February because of CT month. We are taking students to job placements. We bus them to just different locations, whether it's Caterpillar, whether it's the Guadalupe Detention Center, and the students go there on their own. Mom and dad are not there, the teacher's not there. We have them sign different waivers, and it's been just a great experience for our students. I'll highlight that with several things that have been happening. I think we had a couple of our board members attend our youth expo over at the convention center. This is specific to our 8th graders, and they see many of the programs that the high school offers, and they start thinking about those careers. These are a couple of pictures of having AJB and having Barnes Middle School. We're able to give some shirts out that day. The students came, and for the first time, we did something different. When they came to chart your course on January 14th and the 15th, students actually stepped into the classroom, met the teacher, saw the labs. I like calling them labs because they're still learning in there. I can tell you that I was at one of the presentations for our HST, and 3 students, when they were talking about Stop the Bleed, and they have a small simulator, they were talking about blood. 3 students were like, I don't think that's good. That's not a bad thing, because they're identifying what they want to get into. They want to get more into the construction, more into the welding, more into the law enforcement. And once again, it gives them a notion of the different careers and opportunities that are there for them. One of the things we want to highlight, this happened late January. We had our BPA, Business Professionals of America, CTSO, Career Technical Student Organization Regional Competition. I can say that there were 61 medals earned. We will have 23 state qualifiers going next week to Dallas. And we got great news because now we have Brooke Rose was named Regional President for the area. And we're definitely going to bring her in the teacher, highlight her in the upcoming school board meetings. But that's not it. FFA, we had the Guadalupe County Youth Show, and in that we showcased heifers, steers, lambs, rabbits, and I can say that there were stamping divisions 1, 2, and 9 in that market rabbit. Some of this terminology is new to me. Okay, I did have my student compete in FFA, my personal child, back home, but this is definitely a different stage, much larger and much competitive. Some of those steers are running $65,000 in investment, so they look better than most of us. I mean, they're shiny and nice as that. But students were happy, and I want to just highlight those smiles in BPA, those smiles in FFA, and it's a good experience for our students. Doesn't end there. We had our Skills USA and our HOSA compete. I can say that Quizbo placed second place, and we had those 2 state qualifiers, those 2 females on the left-hand side of the slide. But look at that middle picture right there, that student just having a great time in HOSA. That was here at Steele High School in nearby, and they competed on a Friday and on a Saturday. So once again, this teaches them leadership, but it also teaches them competition and how to go ahead and have that. Not everybody can be a basketball player, not everybody can be a football player, but we give those students those opportunities. This is one of the pictures that I love. The little girl that went to the Guadalupe detention, she's no taller than 4'11", and she had a great day. That's what she wants to do. She wants to want to work in law enforcement, and she had great mentors that day. We're able to also place a student with one of our local dental offices, and that's going on. We'll be having our last day tomorrow, and we're taking dozens of students to those field experiences. Updates. Cosmetology, what can we say? We have now dual credited that program. That took a lot of work with Lamar State College. Students will earn 33 college credit hours with Lamar. The best thing is that we'll be able to report a level 1 certificate. It's a lagging indicator. We won't see that until 2028, but that's okay. We're working as hard as we can on that. IBC's industry-based certifications. You see the increases. Once again, our year hasn't ended. We will be able to report for this current year, 24 and 25, all the way to August 31 of this year. And I'll be entering those certifications. Great things with a tiny home. Many of you were there with the booster support. We had a ribbon cutting ceremony. We had the cosmetology showcase, and Ms. Duncan, we had a good time seeing those girls decked out. It was unbelievable back in October. One of the things that I talked to Mr. Jason regarding our tax VITA, we talked about that. Well, we have it here. It's up and running. We picked up approximately 50 IBCs currently, because students have received their certification for our VITA program, and that's open on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4 to 5:15. We had the mobile STEM lab, Learning Undefeated. So our board members were there, and they enjoyed the time. We talked to the students. We had a great time, and we had 4 cities showcase that: Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, and Sydney. So we're competing against those huge cities. Crime Stopper State Conference, we were able to get 25 students sponsored at $250 a piece. We had 25 students go out there this past week. The Crime Stoppers Conference was here for the state of Texas, here in Seguin. They were able to meet sheriff, they were able to meet different law enforcement investigators, and the students participated in that conference. Coming up, May 26th will be CT Career Hiring Day. We're working hard on that day, so students can go ahead and be placed at work sites, and that's going to be great. And finally, WBL. We had that training from Region 19, and Dr. Reed had been talking about that for a while, and we had the teachers train, and that's something that's great. Future plans. Fall, hopefully December of 2025, we'll have that ag science building up and running. Many of you approved that couple of years ago, and we're looking forward to that. But what opportunities would I like to go ahead and offer? I would, and I'm having these discussions at the middle school and high school, many at the high school. We have great things that we could go ahead and make some adjustments. This is for the future. Possibly opening up an EMT fire science technology program of study for our students. We have the support, I spoke to the captain here in the city, and that doesn't require investing in millions of dollars in a building. We could get some of the used equipment. Kinesiology, we would make an adjustment in our teams. We could offer a wildlife fisheries program of study because of our Irma Lewis Learning Center. We can open up a health and wellness program of study and accounting and finance to go ahead and tie it to our tax FIDA program. New courses that we opened up this year was our ProCom, Professional Communications, and that's budded up with our interpersonal studies. So they learn everything on how a family operates. What is the role of dad? What is the role of mom? Traditional, non-traditional families too. What is the role of just different students and how they develop from being infants to being toddlers to being teenagers, those difficult years, and that's good for our students. When it comes to our CTSOs, we have a total of several CTSOs. You'll see them there, our TAFE, our HOSA, FFA, and our BPA. One of the things that we want to do next year is open a CTSO for our TSA. That's very close and very, we see it a lot in our STEM programs. And I think that would be something that's good for our students. Usually the cost is very minimal compared to other CTSOs because you have to pay to participate. Skills USA runs around $90 per student. TSA runs around $15 to $20 per student. I think that's something good. You see the different pictures of our students competing. And this is the current business and industry partners we're working with. We have brought in Propel Academy. And once again, we talked about Lamar State College. Those are new. We're working very closely with the EDC, Economic Development Corporation, and they're the ones that are able to, they help us place our students at the different work sites and the different initiatives that we have. And we have great partnerships with all of them. Masters Electrical, they come and even do classes in our construction program, so that's great to see. My name is Sergio Javieta. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please ask. And we're here to support our students and make them grow.
Sergio, I just want to say thank you very much for bringing the VITA tax thing in. I know that's huge for the community. Just getting that word out to everybody in the community that there's VITA tax offices assistance for qualified members at the high school from 4 to 5:15 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's huge for these students to be learning about the taxes and how to work that magic to make sure everybody gets the maximum tax refund as possible. So bringing that in, I think, is a really good thing for the community and for these students, and that's a great IBC for them to have.
It is, Mr. Wright. We actually had somebody come from Gonzales all the way over there because they called the IRS, and the IRS told them there is a free tax service. And we're here to service our community, but what I'm saying is look at the impact, the surrounding impact, and we're going to get some traction and get more people to do that at no cost.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you again, and I'm glad it shows Seguin ISD to the district here.
We're doing some great things, and hold on to your hats because it's going to get really great.
Yeah, thank you, the teachers.
President Crittenden, if I could. At this time, I think that Mr. Javieta he arrived and he hit the ground running, and I would at this time like to present him with a Matador pin.
All right.
Up next is 4C, our 2024-2025 Renaissance data. Slides.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, Dr. McKee, Board of Trustees. Long-awaited Renaissance data. All right, this is our Renaissance Star data for elementary and middle school. I'm just going to go over the different types of data that we provide here in Seguin. We have our universal data. That's what our RenStar and our iStation are, is the universal screening. This identifies students who may need additional support or intervention at the very early stages. Okay. Our diagnostic assessments, those are for teachers. It happens after the universal screener. So once they have their universal screener, teachers can use the diagnostic assessments as they choose after their small groups to kind of reassess in small checks. Then we have our formative assessment, is our progress monitoring. It can happen anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks. It's checking in with the learning, could be exit tickets, checking for understanding, or the common formative assessments like the 3 weeks test or a unit test. Then we have our summative assessments that happen anywhere from 1 to 2 times per year. These are like the championship game. It's the end of the season, and it's our district interims and our STAR and EOC tests. Our RenStar reading. The major difference I wanted to kind of go through and explain the difference between our RenStar data and our iStation data. Our iStation data is mainly K through 2, and that's more of a building skill, fluency, phonetic type of screener, where our RenStar digs in a little bit more on like background knowledge, vocabulary, language structure, verbal reasoning. So now these are testers, right? These are our STAR testers, 3rd through 5th, and so they're starting to gear up for some of those early identification of where they need interventions and where they need extra support. And for our math, it's the same thing. RenStar gears towards more measuring the functions of math needed for EOC and STAR data at the end of the year. Our station still kind of focuses on literacy and fluency as they're reading through math problems, where RenStar focuses more on STAR, okay, for end of year course. Here we have a growth proficiency chart. I can't speak today. This kind of shows our growth trends. This is middle of the year data. Okay, so remember that we got our RenStar platform a little late in the year. We received it in October. So some of our schools tested the beginning of the year in October. However, everyone tested mid-year between December and February. So this is your heat map for the middle of the year. So everyone has moved off of that 0 to 20 in the low growth chart, and they're moving towards that grade level and growth expectation, which is right at the 50 mark where you see that dotted line. Okay, so this is where you kind of want our kids going. As we move towards the end of the year, you want those dots to kind of go up towards the higher growth, higher achievement. And here's the math. They're actually doing really good in math. There seems to be a lot of growth from the beginning of the year. Generally, your beginning of year students will kind of be there at the beginning. Remember, this is the first, in 3rd grade especially, it'll be the first time they're introduced to some of these STAR strategy-like questions. Okay, so now for the data. This again is a universal screener, so it's just measuring overall proficiency. I'm going to give you some highlights. This is for 3rd grade reading at Approaches Meets Masters. Your RenStar does deliver the data with Did Not Meet, Approaches, Meets, and Masters.
And again, I said the middle of the year testing window, I put it there for you. It opened up December 1st and closed in February, mid-February. And this gives a nice window for teachers to kind of lesson plan and figure out where they need their assessments, and they're able to plug that in with their flexibility. Okay, so there's some flexibility there for teacher lesson planning. Here we have some really great highlights. We have Vogel and Weinert have really high masters and meets. So they're doing really, really well in 3rd grade reading. And so we're able to kind of highlight, let me see if I have, right here, you'll see Vogel at also a very high approach at 69, and it meets at 41%. And then trailing along right behind them is Weiner and Kinnicky. So some really strong 3rd graders coming up on their middle of the year Red Star reading. For 4th grade, and I'll kind of go through the targeted interventions for each one of these grade levels because they look extremely similar when they're looking at their small groups and their intervention teacher lesson plan for that. And so I'll talk about that once I get through all the data because it kind of lines up throughout each grade level. That way I'm not so repetitive. So for some of the stronger performing schools here, we have Kinnicky at 31%, Potlon at 35%, with a pretty nice masters. You have 4th grade reading. It's because I'm trying to push the red dot. So here you go. So you'll have Potlon at 75% approaches. So you have majority of your students that are approaching here. Now remember this number also for your approach meets masters. The meets and the masters is also identified in that approach count. Okay, so you want a big number in approaches because that also identifies who is your meets and who is your masters. Okay, so they're counted 3 times. So if you're a master student, so here at Kinnicky, they're getting all these points. So in STAR, that would be 3 points for those 18% of students. Okay, does that make sense? So you have 70% of your students who are approaching, 31 of that 70 is meeting, and 18% of that approaching is mastering. I hope I made sense there. Some of our strong in 5th grade reading, we have McQuinney at 84% approaching, Potlon right behind at 75%, oops, and not to leave Kinnicky out at 79%. So we have some really strong reading teachers in all of these levels. We also have great growth at Weiner at 72% in 5th grade. For our 6th through 8th grade reading, AJB and Barnes. Sorry, I keep trying to do the little red dot and I change slides. Here we have, for approaches, meets, and masters, we have AJB at 58% for 6th grade and Barnes at 67% here. A little bit different in student numbers. AJB has 254 6th graders and Barnes has 221 6th graders. For our grade 7, we have AJB at 58% and it meets at 32, and Barnes at 71% and 71 at meets. So Barnes is trailing there a little, or ahead there a little bit. In grade 8 at AJB, we have approaches at 75%, meets at 35%, and at Barnes we have 81% approaching and 45% meets. So our middle schools are actually gaining and doing really well across the board. All right, so for our math, starting in, did I skip? I did skip 3rd grade. So let me go back a little bit and just talk about a little bit of the interventions that all of our schools are doing and that they plan for when it comes to reading. This Red Star data helps teachers identify what small groups and what students need to be doing within those small groups and intervention. Because it is an early indicator, they're able to get in there and really close some gaps. So if it's fluency or background knowledge that students have and struggle with, teachers will know that right away and know how to identify what skills they need and can then lesson plan for their small groups and their intervention time. I was going to say something else. Okay, so for third grade math. Third grade math is actually doing really well. These guys have not seen a STAR test ever. This is their first time that they're getting these skills and growing towards that EOC at the end of the year, or STAR at the end of the year. So we have some really great highlights here. So we have Patlan at 67% approaches, 22% masters, and then, meets. Over here at Rodriguez, we have a 10% master, which is really good for a third grader. And they are at 48% approaches and 19% meets. So our schools overall are doing very, very well in math. For Jefferson, fourth grade math, we have some strong growth in Jefferson from our fourth graders. We have at 40% approaches and 5% meets. And then trailing ahead is Vogel at 65% approaches, 45% meets, which is really, really good. They're doing amazing in fourth grade math, and they do actually have some really rock star math teachers at Vogel this year. And then 18% of those kids are mastering. Our fifth grade math, Kinnicky, is up at 70%, 42% meets. Trailing right behind them is Patlan and Vogel at 75% approaches and 34% meets, and Vogel's at 69% approaches and 38% meets. But all of the schools are showing great growth across the board in fifth grade math. For our middle school, here's our 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. Here, not all of the students at Barnes were able to test between December and February, so they're still probably trying to get everyone tested at this point. But you can still see the numbers, so it does look AJB has full testing, and they have 62 approaches and 20% meets in 6th grade. Then we have our 7th graders, 41% approaching at AJB and 39% at Barnes. And then pretty decent meets here, 17% meets at AJB and 13% at Barnes. Then we have our 8th graders that are doing really well in 8th grade math. And this is just 8th grade math. It's not algebra, not anything fancy, just 8th grade math, which tends to be a little bit harder than Algebra 1. And we have 49% approaches at AJB, 36% at Barnes, 19 meets at AJB, and 15 at Barnes. So the rest of the slides that I'm showing you, I'm going to, let me go through this real quick. The data is from middle of the year. The window, again, was from December 1st of last year, just 2024, to this year, February 14th. The number of students will not add up to the total number of students because all of the students that master also meet and approach, so they are counted 3 times, which I explained a little bit earlier. And the number of do not meet is not indicated on the slides. I'll go through this first slide, but all I did was break it down. So everything that I just talked to, I just broke it down in color form and graph form. So each school, you'll see each school with a graph. Your red is the did not meet. Your yellow is the approaches. Your blue is the meets, and your green is the masters. So for each school, I broke it down in a color chart, but it is the same data that you saw before with the percentages. The only thing I didn't show earlier was the did not meet. Okay, but you can kind of see here how they look as far as did not meet. What does happen with these students, they are early identified, and so teachers are able to go in, whether they need to reteach a concept or those teachers or those students get pulled into a small group with the teacher. And I'll let you go through those, or if you have any questions, you can ask me questions.
I have some questions, not so much on that. First of all, it's been a long time since I messed with iStation. I never ran Star or anything. What is the format of the questions? Are they anywhere near what it looks like on Star?
No, it's going to be building, it'll break it down, and it's going to be building towards the skill needed for comprehension or for text evidence. So it's building upon those skills. So something what I remembered I was going to say earlier was Ren Star data is connected to Freckle. So then Freckle will adjust where the student is. So the student needs background knowledge. RenStar will give them assignments in background knowledge. So it kind of reads the data off of RenStar, and then Freckle is just a fun platform that teachers can use for the students to interact and grow those skills.
So then the teacher teaches going out later.
Correct.
I remember doing that. Not fun. The other one is just looking at the discrepancies between like the middle schools and the things. Do we have any kind of thing where, like perhaps between the two schools, the AP teachers during Professional Development Day, they can meet together and share things that work and so forth from one school to the next, where they can share those good things, and the same, maybe a mentor school and a school not performing elementary meeting together to share. Is that anything going on with that?
Yes, ma'am. We had Rodriguez visiting Vogel recently and sharing some ideas across what was being successful, what was working well, and so that time went very well. We had some of Jefferson kindergartner teachers went to Ball, and so that is happening. We just finished having a district PL for our RLA teachers, and all secondary campuses were invited, and they went through calibrating the writing and planning together and how they would deliver what was needed once we finished the interim and got that data, what was needed as far as what their students needed and how were they going to roll that out. So we supported them in that process between all three schools, the high school and the two middle schools. So yes, during planning and PL, they all come together, they plan together, they disaggregate their data together, and they share ideas.
I just have a question. I'm newer at this, and so as I look at these numbers, they don't look great to me. Looking at the reading scores, we're in that 60% range of out approaches, which means we have 40% of our kids who are not on grade level.
Correct.
And then when you turn to math, it's even more dismal, where we have half of our kids who are not on grade level.
So that's the challenge. And so just focusing on that tier 1 instruction, ensuring that that first teach that teachers roll out is tier 1 instruction following the HQIM, the high quality instructional material. So remember also that this is a screener. So this is that early intervention to catch those kids who need that extra support. So hopefully, right, that it all works out, by the end of the year, when we see end of year data, these numbers have grown and we've closed those gaps. So the game here is we need to close their gaps. So they may not ever reach grade level within 3rd grade, but we want to be able to close gaps so when they get to 4th grade, they have a smaller gap and they can catch up. So and majority of any student in any district across Texas will kind of have those same struggles. And so that is the goal, is to always making sure that we're closing some gaps.
Because when you look at the growth charts, they're not great. We don't have a school that's in a high growth category, which would indicate we're closing the gaps. I thought this presentation was very positive, things are going in a positive direction, but from the data, I think we're kind of in a rough spot.
Can you talk about the growth, because many of them only took this once, right?
Correct.
So can you explain how the growth stuff
Sure.
works?
So this is the first time they've taken this screener. Okay, so there's also a nuance to it, right? How it's read, how the testing environment happens, how they came in there. So there's different little aspects to the first time taking the screener. Okay, we got the screener because this screener builds on their STAR skills. So once they have the screener, then the teacher can go in and give diagnostics. That's where their freckle comes in. So once they're using freckle and some of those diagnostics, small groups, any small groups that the teacher might pull, they're trying to close those student gaps. So if they have a deficiency in vocabulary, they're wanting to build student vocabulary and how that fits into a text. Okay, so from beginning of year to middle of the year, that student should gain some of those skills and grow and close some of their gaps. So by end of year, they're a little more fluent in that vocabulary. They know what the vocabulary means and how it's used in a text, can identify it in a text, and use it as text evidence. And so they're growing through some of these skills with this screener. So this is just an early identifier for teachers to be able to intervene early stages and build their lessons and build their small groups off of this screener. To close gaps, in other words. So the student comes in third grade and said October, he kind of has some second grade skills. They'll build on those skills until he gets into third grade. That makes sense.
So if some of them only took it once, how does it calculate the growth?
For this screener, it'll count. Once we have to take it another time. So once we take it at the end of the year, we'll be able to see if there has been some growth, no growth, moderate growth, high growth. Right now we have nothing to compare it to.
The slides on page 36 and 37 had the growth proficiency chart. Was that something different?
So they haven't actually promoted. That was just like.
That's the first time. Yeah, I mentioned that on that first heat chart. That's the first time that they have taken this test, but that's where they landed. That's where they landed for the first time.
It's misleading.
Yeah.
It is misleading.
Next time, but if we can go back to it, it's just because it would make sense because if there's no growth, those dots would all be
So remember they took this in October.
medium.
Some of them or all of them?
All of them. This right here was taken in October. Between October, the window, between December and February. Okay, so middle of year data. So they didn't get to take it in September, October, which would have been the beginning of the year. So we have nothing to compare it to yet.
I think the question is, why is it called growth proficiency chart?
I'm with you today.
If there's no growth, I mean, there's nothing to compare it to.
What
Really,
is the
there
chart
should be a baseline chart.
This is a baseline chart. This is where we're starting from this year. So hopefully when I show it to you again in May, you'll see all those blue dots over to the right.
Is this what RenStar calls it?
Yes, this is what RenStar calls it. I didn't think that. Yes. This is, it just pulled off of the platform.
So here's my concern. So we're doing this testing now. There was another set of testing that was given out in the last few weeks too. But then we're going to do this test and the STAR test.
Remember that this is super short. It's a super short quick assessment. It's just a screener. It's super short. That's why it's such a huge window. So teachers can fit it into a station rotation. So it's not like an interim where they're testing for 3 hours.
Right, but we've also done that too in the same time period. We had this RenStar test being given out between December and February, but at the same time period, we also did the interim testing.
Interim didn't start until, I want to say February 10th, around there. They could have, but the window opened in December. So they did have all of December, or November. They had all of December, November, January. That's why not everybody tests. So like Barnes, you'll see the numbers are low on testers. It was 124 in 6th grade versus their 221, right? So some just hadn't tested.
Okay, I'm gonna.
We don't have to test RenStar. It can be just teacher driven as well.
I have students in these schools, and I'm talking to them, and for 3 weeks straight, they were taking testing. Whether it was interim testing, whether it was RenStar testing or something. And when are they going to start learning? We're getting all this data, we're doing all these testing. When do they get to teach? When do they get to teach? And then we're going to be doing this again in the spring when we're prepping for STAR or post-STAR. Then they're going to have the STAR test, and then we're going to do all of this testing for this data. Like, when do they get to learn and teach, and when are we going to? I mean, I understand STAR is important. STAR is how we see
It's
our
our
data
accountability,
from
yes.
is the data from how these kids are progressing. But at the same time, like, we have to focus on them learning the topics.
Great.
And so if they're always testing, I don't see them learning. And then they get frustrated because they could give a 4-hour test, but they're done in an hour. So then we're taking blankets to schools, and they're taking naps. So where are we being successful in that? That's where I'm having a hard time with some of this testing.
I agree, and the screeners are TA mandated, so I do report on them beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year. For RenStar, I only report middle of year and end of year. So I agree with you, there is a lot of testing. It's why we give big windows for these screeners so they can fit it in within their time and their lesson planning. So it was open for 2.5 months, so they were able to fit it in within that time period. If it crunched up, that's...
But if it was open during that time period for that long, how come we didn't have anybody take it at Barnes?
They did have a few upsets, and so there was some social, emotional. Yes, sir.
February?
Well, not the whole time, but they did have some social, emotional concerns. So.
Can I ask you about who takes the math? So 6th, 7th, and 8th. So if do all 6th graders take the same one, or does it matter if they're in advanced? The same with the 8th graders. If they're taking algebra, are they still taking the same 8th grade test as everybody else?
For the screener? I don't know 100% on advanced to non-advanced, but I can answer that question. I can look into what the screener looks like with RenStar and answer that at a later date, if that's okay.
Do we have other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now on to item 4D, an ACE program update with Ms. Seidenberg.
Good evening. Everybody okay? Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight to share a little bit about what we're doing. And I kind of like where we landed as far as within the order of things, because we're kind of embracing every aspect of what you've just heard tonight. So I hope that you see little snippets of how ACE is trying to support on all levels everything that's happening within the district, okay? So, do I get to do it? Yes. All right. All right, we are in year 4 of a 5-year federal funded grant through Texas 21st. And Texas 21st falls under the umbrella of the Texas Education Agency. And so we do answer to them, and there's lots of alignment intentionally so. Okay, so the same initiatives that we're working on as a district are embedded within the expectations for us as an after-school program. We are hopeful that there will be a cycle 13. We are cycle 11. Cycle 12s have already, it's a staggered start. And so at the end of our 5th year, we're hopeful that there will be a cycle 13 that we can apply for. Should that be the case, that would happen over the summer, this coming summer, into the fall of next year. With where federal funded grants are right now, we're in a little bit of unknown, uncharted territory. However, we are in very, very good standing with our performance and how we're doing with the award that we have currently, so that in the event there is a cycle 13, I feel like that we would be a good candidate for that, and I'm optimistic about our potential outcome for that. We are at all 9 all elementary and middle school campuses. Okay, so we serve almost 900 students across those campuses on a daily basis. We are operating on just under $1.7 million budget. Majority of that goes to salary and materials and supplies for the activities and the lessons that we provide. So that's a bulk of our spending. And the target enrollment per the grant is 750 students. Again, I shared with you we're, on the 850 to 860 range, and then we'll have summer enrollment as well. And then we are required to work with and meet with at least 380 adult participants within programming through our family engagement. We are at like 300% times what we're supposed to be at, and it's February. We invest in our families, in our community, partner collaboratively, intentionally so, and they come out. And so it's been a really good, really positive thing, I feel, for our program and for our district. Within programming, please note that we have to be at a 15-to-1 ratio. So the number of individuals that we need to run programming is pretty significant. And we do partner as much as possible with teachers and instructional aides, but we also employ college students and high school students. And so we're very excited about that. Wanted to share with you, in the bottom right corner, these are our required numbers. And then in the tables above and to the left, you'll see some data about our current attendance. We keep regular maintenance of our attendance data. It is entered daily, it's a TA requirement, I track it. So we're tracked, but I'm tracking. And so what we're looking at is it's itemized or broken out by number of days that the students attend. For a student to be a regular attendance student, which that number that you saw on the previous screen, that has to be a regular attendance student, they have to attend at least 45 days, 2 or more hours. Because the idea is that if they're there and they're coming regularly and they're able to participate in all of the activities that we offer, that we're then able to better serve them. And so you can see, I'm very proud of the work that we've done. Everything in green means that we've met. It is only February, we have until the end of July to get our numbers. So we are already over almost half of our campuses, and it changes on a daily basis. The bottom left box shows you how many students are remaining to hit our number, and they are all single digits at this point in time. So I'm very, very, very proud of our team, and you can see if they're coming regularly, then we have more of a potential to support in collaboration with our campuses and our campus teams. Just wanted to give you a little bit of background. It's a very diverse student population, just like within the school day, within our ACE after-school programming. So you can see some of the demographic groups which are represented within our programming, and that's just an FYI. As I mentioned on the earlier slide, we are aligned to the Texas Education Agency with the Texas 21st grant. So the graphic to the right is what's called 5 to Drive. And this is how we're evaluated and the categories with which we have to be in compliance. And we're assessed on those on a regular basis. And then you can see, of course, our Seguin logo that we've also created as well. I think the exciting thing for me is all of the interconnectedness and the ability for us to support district initiative and the kids within our community through the work that we do, because we have so many common initiatives and common goals within our expectations. So within that 5 to Drive, one category that really drives the work that we do within the time that we have our students is called 4 activity types. And so every day and every month, we're working to represent, for daily, we have to have academic emphasis on a daily basis, and we have to have enrichment-based instruction as well, okay? Within the month, we minimally need to have at least 1 college, career, military readiness activity, and at least 1 family engagement activity. And those are required and tracked by the state every month. I was very honored and very proud to represent Seguin ISD and the Seguin ACE program as one of 11 project director presenters at our statewide program in February. And so there are about 100 statewide programs, and only 11 of us were asked to present, given something that our TEA coach, we're assigned a coach from TEA, felt was worth sharing with other project directors. And so they specifically asked if I would present on the work that we're doing with our CCMR connection. And so, very intentionally so, I feel very passionately about connecting kids with whatever their niche might be. What is the thing that motivates them? Is it theater? Is it, you know, learning how to do the taxes? Is it athletics? Is it band? It doesn't matter to me what it is, let's just find our thing, right? And there's so much, as you've heard in all of the different presentations and recognitions, there's so much out there. But sometimes if you don't know what's there, you don't know what to aspire to. And so my personal passion is to create opportunities for our elementary and middle school students to be exposed to what can happen even within our high schools. And so they're given opportunity to travel. We do that with the support of transportation, with child nutrition, with Pete Silvius, who often will bus drive for us, even though he's full child, and the CTE sponsors, and then our directors and just the leadership of the high school. We actually take middle schoolers to the high school on a regular basis. Sometimes it's to the cosmetology lab, sometimes it's to the audio-visual room, sometimes it's to watch the practice for a color guard, winter guard competition. It runs the gamut, ROTC. We're just trying to give them that opportunity to see firsthand what's out there, get to know the adults that run those programs, get to know the other kids that are in those programs, and hopefully find some motivation for something that they would like to aspire to. A kid that is positively involved in school, they're automatically going to have better grades, better attendance, better, you know, just self-concept. It's going to grow it all. And so that's what we're trying to aspire to. All of the pictures are from some of our visits of the different things that we've done. So all of the images used within this presentation are our kids doing the things with us. I've shared this before in like the board weekly update, but we do on a regular basis quite a bit of community partnership collaborations. And so these are some of the things that are going on. We go to the public library on a regular basis. We bring in cosmetology to elementary. We bring in ROTC to elementary. We take middle schools to both of those. Ranger Sam from Palmetto State Park comes to see us. And then Connections is also coming in and doing some work with our students as well. In the fall, we also had the public library for the older age bracket, audio-visual, cosmetology, and first T, which I was actually Gabby Rangel, one of our Seguin High School graduates, class of 2012, that runs or works with that. She played golf at TLU, and she partnered with us, came in and did lessons. So not only was it a neat experience, it also was, here's something I can do, and here's a face that I recognize. As I mentioned, family engagement is very near and dear to our hearts, and it's something that we love to do and have quite a bit of success with. So these are just a variety of pictures from the fall up until the library picture is the bottom right one underneath the Community Kite Festival. We had a partner event with the library. We did an art and poetry competition within programming. We selected winners. Every campus had 5 to 8 represented projects that were on display in the library for about a month. And then we did a family event where we did stations of all of the summer programming that takes place at the library, and they were interactive stations. So on Saturday, February 15th, we had about 130 family members come through, see the projects, and take part in the activities, and now they know what's at the library, took a tour of the library, did a little scavenger hunt. We had door prizes donated by HEB in the library itself. It was a really neat event. So we're always looking for ways to invest and connect community and school. Our next one, as Dr. Hill mentioned, is the Community Kite Festival. That is a collaboration between Seguin ISD and the city of Seguin. We average about 600 people coming out to that event. We're in year 4, and we're really excited about that. We do have some changes with summer. We have had the last 2 years a supplemental grant for about not quite $800,000. And while it wasn't money that was going towards summer, it offset expenses within the year that provided us a bigger summer budget. This year, this is the first year without that supplemental grant. So summer had to kind of come in a little bit because our funds are our funds. But we're excited about some changes. We are going to be housed at the Irma Lewis Outdoor Learning Center. We're going to do a lot in partnership with them. Some really neat activities. We're embedding Character Strong. With the help of Ms. Freeman, my family engagement specialist, and quite a bit of neat activities. So we're looking forward to that. We are still planning to do our theater arts camp within our camp for middle schoolers, and they put on an absolutely awesome production, and we will invite you. It's June 19th, but I will send you a message closer to the date. As I had mentioned, we are evaluated on an overall health score. This is only the top portion of that report. It is a multi-page report. We receive it monthly. Green is good, and we are almost all the way green. The only little yellow sliver is the delay in timing of the monthly drawdowns to what percentage of your budget they expect you to spend within a month. So that is something that there's not anything that the business office isn't doing, it's just a timing thing. So technically, I kind of feel like we're green all the way, if you want to think of it that way. But our goal is to stay at that 96%, and according to my coach, this isn't the standard look of this, that we really are truly doing all the things that they need us to do, and we will keep working to hold steady on that. That's very important to us. So thank you. This is my team. These are the 9 site coordinators from the 9 campuses. We thankfully have been without turnover for about a year and a half now. So I'm very excited. When I first came on, I hired a few people and we've stayed steady. So we're really thankful for our team, and we're thankful for you. So there's a little something at your spot, just a little something for you, but just wanted to say thank you.
I just wanted to say what you said about trying to find what excites each student. I'm always amazed when at graduation when they ask kids to stand one by one that they're involved in. And it amazes me, and I want that number to go down of the students who are still sitting, because to me that means we didn't reach them. And I think this goes a long way to reaching kids that might not have been reached if it weren't for your programming. So thank you for all your hard work and all the green that we saw. That's amazing.
Well, and I'm like with the CCMR, if they can start in their freshman year and stay on that pathway for the entirety of the time, then they're able to get to those courses like in cosmetology. You don't have room your junior and senior year to have a 4-hour block if you're not preparing for that as a freshman. But if you don't know that that's what you even want to do, how can you plan accordingly? So just trying to make sure that we're kind of taking some of that out of the mix and giving them the opportunity to have really informed decision making about their future with all the opportunities that are out there. It's important.
Allison, I just
Yes.
had one question for you. You
Yes.
mentioned connections. You're bringing in connections.
Yes.
And I know it's health and wellness at CCMR. What is connections?
So Connections is individual and family services. And so Norma Riojas is our local area rep. And so what she and I discussed is how to bring in their level of support. And so it's just good decision making is basically the theme. So she has visited, she's about 3/4 of the way through visiting the campuses. She comes in, does an interactive activity. It's a rock, paper, scissors game. So through game, talks about good choices. What do we like about school? Even if we don't like it, how do we push through? So it's very, it's just good information, but it gives us the ability to connect. And then what she also does, like she'll be at the Kite Festival, she will be at the Matador Minds Matters. And so what she's able to do is then provide information for families, should they need more extensive services. But ours is pretty surface level, just good decision making is basically the gist of what we do within her partnership with us during the program.
Thank you. I just
Sure.
hadn't heard of it. Was wondering what it was.
Yeah,
What
no
great
problem.
services they provide for us.
I just want to say thank you for your excitement, your excellence, your dedication to being the best, because I know that filters down to your staff and the kids. Thank you very much.
President Crittenden, may I say something? You do amazing work, Allison, and I am so proud to work alongside you. And Allison is very instrumental in helping us to get our movie nights going, and I know that I can always count on her. She's there when I ask. I would like to present Allison Seisberger with a Matador. Thank
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sorry. I know, I'm not present.
I
just want to say thank you again. We see you every year in the presentation. It's always awesome. And congratulations on representing Seguin statewide. That's a good accomplishment. Thank you.
Yeah. Good job.
Move on to item 4E, submission of class size exemption waiver to the Texas Education Agency. Mr. Churchman.
Good evening, Board President Crittenden, Secretary Heath, board members, guests. Every year, all year long, Texas Education Agency requires us to monitor student enrollment per classroom throughout kindergarten through 4th grade. If any class exceeds the 22-to-1 ratio that is a requirement, the state allows us to go ahead and request a waiver for that class. Last time I was here, I was trying to remember, I think it was like October maybe, while last year I think I was here like almost every month. So this year has been, student enrollment has kind of remained steady until this time. We do have one class of kindergarten that has exceeded that 22-to-1 ratio. It is only one classroom at Jefferson Elementary. So the process for us to then engage is come to you to request that permission to submit a waiver to the Texas Education Agency. That would be tomorrow. We have to provide the board agenda where this was approved, and then we get a response. So then we are good. This happens throughout the state of Texas. This is a regular process for a lot of school districts that have growth. We have been kind of growing a little bit, so therefore we have to come to you for this. If you have any questions, I will answer it.
I think my only question is Jefferson being one of our higher at-risk schools and stuff. We have exhausted our resources about trying to make sure placement is maybe okay. Because I mean Jefferson's really only a mile from Rodriguez, maybe 2, maybe less than that. There's no way to. Is that not really a thing where we can kind of shuffle the newest person that came in and have them go to a different school? Because I mean, Rodriguez and Bogle and Jefferson are all kind of within a 2-mile radius of each other.
Right.
There's no way to like shuffle that around.
There is. Last year, Student Services would get the call and finding out if they would be able to enroll the student. So wouldn't be able to talk about that, but certainly that is something that we can continue. We can start doing from last year. I did not get. I wouldn't know how to answer your question, but definitely we can. If somebody else comes in, you can take a look around if that's what you want us to do, and we certainly can have somebody that is home. That's their home campus. We can ask them to enroll at the closest. They're close. That's one of the benefits of Seguin. Campuses are very close to each other.
Well, I mean, it sounds like the new person coming, because obviously we're just now getting this class I waiver for Jefferson in February of the year. We haven't had it. So I'm just saying that new person that came in, did we look at the possibility of going to Rodriguez or to Bogle so that we didn't have to have, especially at the kindergarten level, because these kindergarten kids, these are our COVID babies. Like, that's a tough grade right now. So for us to be over that class size waiver, just want to make sure we're doing everything we possibly can to make sure that we meet that 22-to-1 without having to go for the waiver, especially this far into the school year.
So we can do that. We can, again, like, I think what Mr. Trevino was alluding to is that we can see if, first of all, there's anybody on the transfer list. If there's anybody on the transfer list, then we can put some language in the transfer form that says that students who are zoned to that campus get first choice. if we offer this last person that just enrolled, if this is their home campus, then if we ask them to go to another school, then we're responsible for busing them because that's their home campus. That's where they're zoned to go to school. So if we make that decision for them, then we now have to transport them to another school.
So for me, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with busing them however far they need to go to a different campus so that the students get the 22-to-1 ratio for teachers to student ratio that's mandated by the state, and that's not to have to ask a waiver. An hour, or not an hour, however long on a bus to make sure that we have the education standard, I'm okay with that. That's why I just want to make sure that
We can certainly look into that, but the parent does have the final say. The parent decides.
not when we have to make a waiver.
I have a question. Is there classroom space at Jefferson to open up another kindergarten classroom? To add another classroom, to divide?
I was thinking that too. So I believe there may be 2 or 3 classes. So we would have to, at time of year, February, split classes. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't know if
We
there's
would
any
have
in the
to
kindergarten
kind of
area.
tell you that you have been with your teachers in September, now you're gonna have Ms. Jones for the rest of the year. You said it's not what you want to do.
I mean, I know we
But
don't.
that's something to consider.
I know we don't want to do that, but when we have our lovely teachers who end up getting pregnant, and then they're out for half the year, and we have long-term subs that come in for things like that, like that's, it happens all the time. So, I mean, I just want to make sure we're doing everything that we possibly can to maintain that 22-to-1 ratio, especially being February. And as close as these schools are together, why, we're seeing.
Yeah, I feel like Roku can transfer would be hard to.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to
and-
interrupt someone who's been there already all year long.
Right.
But a new person coming in, hey, we don't have room at Jefferson, but we have room over here.
And just to point out, you can be zoned for Jefferson and live across the street from my house. So this Jefferson comes all the way up to here, so you could actually see Weiner from your house and be zoned for Jefferson, just like you can see Rodriguez from your house be zoned for Jefferson. So it's one of those things where we're probably getting to redrawing the lines. I just said that out loud.
You did.
Can I jump, a point of clarification, if we do not pass this request for waiver, what are the implications of that? If we do not pass it tonight?
If we do not,
I'm assuming the student has already been enrolled,
yes. That is
so there's
correct.
already a classroom of 23.
Yes.
So if the board does not pass that tonight, what are the implications?
We are out of compliance of the Texas Education Code 22-1. So I guess we'll have to self-report.
So as the board, we're asking for a waiver and the TEA is granting us that waiver?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's us asking for the waiver from the TEA.
Yes.
And then they would grant it. We're not granting the waiver as the board. We're giving you permission to request it.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes.
This is what happens. We're not the only district that this happens to do. We've done waivers for.
And this year we got to, I believe it was Vogel, we got to a place at Vogel where we did have to add a teacher.
Yes. Yes, we
Because
did.
the other thing that can happen, and we see it with the mobility between the campuses, is tomorrow someone from Jefferson moves, and now we're back under, we have a very high rate of moving around.
So something we could look into is the staffing guidelines that Mr. Flores is working on. We can make provisions for certain campuses that if they reach a certain number,
that's when we would get a second teacher versus other campuses. We can make those, it's our local guidelines, and so that's what we can, if you want us to look at something like that, that's what we can add into staffing guidelines based on the needs of the district.
My biggest concern is we're talking about Jefferson here. I mean, Vogel, less concerned, Kennedy, less concerned, Rodriguez, less concerned, honestly, but Jefferson's one of our higher risk schools, so that's why when I see that name pop up, I'm like, that's all.
Agree with Mr. Bright, as far as, we've done several waivers before. I've been for 6 years, and I'm not a proponent of waivers, but I understand why we're doing it. But at least we should, the peers that we're gonna do that, look into what other options are available to where we can at least minimize having to do a waiver. In some cases, you have to do it, but at least look into minimizing it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're, Mr. Trevino, you're up for the next one as well. For personnel information, professional employees.
Trying without success to. Okay. It's a different exhibit. Yes, that personnel. Thank you. Yes, at this point, this is the personnel information of the new hires that we've had. It's the teachers and I believe one mental health counselor, and then 4 resignations as well.
Can I ask a question about one of those resignations? It has the first gentleman there listed as a music and piano teacher. Oh, do we have a piano class right now, or was that just a placeholder?
No, that's how it was classified in units, and that's what we go with. But it was just music.
Okay, we'll move on to G, presentation regarding personnel needs of the district.
Thank you. At this point, we have received 2 requests from campuses, specifically for special education, where service minutes have increased substantially from the beginning of the year. Both campuses have been listed. One is Weinert and the other one is Vogel. They have similar, although they have very close, similar number of minutes of service. The staffing is different already, and I was told that basically that's a function of, even though their service minutes may be the same, personnel is different because of specialized needs for students that require more service minutes, and then also the staffing guidelines, not guidelines, but how they're staffed for service for students, where some may be servicing individual students, and then other teachers may be servicing students in groups. Therefore, there's a difference in the actual number of current personnel that they have. Went ahead and consulted with the special ed department. They went out there, reviewed the request, spoke with the principal, and they kind of agreed that there is a need for 1 special ed aide at each of these 2 campuses. There was a question that was asked, so we sent that to all of you earlier today, later today, late today. So you have that information that asks a little bit more, kind of more information in regards to as to whys. So you have that, and also Ms. Halsey Dean is here if you have any additional questions that you may have in regards to the staff in those 2 campuses. So at this point, I'm just providing information for you.
When it talks about the minutes, how long of a period of time is that over the 9,000?
Good question. Ms. Dean, can you come up here?
There's some statistics on there about the number of minutes, and I was just wondering how long of a period of time.
So that, what was reported to us was between August and January, the change in minutes. And as Mr. Trevino was explaining, it has a lot to do, the service minutes, a teacher is capable of providing only 70 minutes a day, right? A special ed, one student does not equal one student in terms of need or supports required. So different campuses group students differently. On one campus, you may have one child that needs 500 minutes a week individual, and another where you can serve 10 students in a small group to get the same amount of time. So we work very closely with our principals to determine how the staffing is working out. Are they able to schedule appropriately and meet student minutes? And when they're getting close to having an issue, they let us know, and we refer out to HR to get an update for staffing.
So we're saying August of 2024, they did 6,875 minutes, and then in January they did 9,325.
That's what it grew to, yes, sir, and we're growing.
And so in 1 month, they're doing 9,325 minutes?
For
I mean, I know that.
Right, for all the students.
For all the students.
Correct. And we keep careful logs of what students get, and we're constantly looking at the staffing. If you have ever been to my office, I have large posters on my wall with every student and their needs and the groups they're getting at each campus, and you're welcome to come see that. It's constantly in flux. We have kids that move in and out, and we have kids that we're admitting on a constant basis. Even though the district may not be growing, special ed programs are growing pretty consistently. So,
It also depends on the level of sped too, right?
Correct.
Because some have a higher level of.
Correct. Much higher need than others. So you can't, it's very difficult to compare. Like in general education, we were just talking about class size. The caps on class size is 22 to 1 is reasonable because most of the students are functioning within a certain range, right? In special education, you have a multitude of needs and different services and supports required, so you cannot compare student to student in terms of need, which makes our staffing much more complex. We try to assign students that have higher needs, we try to assign them a rank or a weight when staffing.
So a quick comment or question, I guess. So from a TEA point of view, as far as what's required, this is what we should be doing.
There is
In
no
order to-
staffing requirement set aside by TEA. We work with the service centers to try to look at different ways to conceptualize our ratios to make sure that we're serving students appropriately. We've just done a staffing study. As we go into this next budget round, we'll take a look at what we need to keep up with our growth and how to project ahead of that growth. So we're not asking for more staff during the middle of the year, but we never know who's going to move into the district. We could have a family with many children that are at different levels of campuses with great need come in, and we must respond, right?
So we don't want to overload.
We don't want to overload, and we want to try to make sure that each student gets their needs met, is the bottom line.
And not wear out our current teachers.
And not wear out our current teachers, and it's a challenge right now. Even we've had several campuses that have positions posted that we have not been able to find candidates for, which makes it a challenge. Luckily, here after Christmas, we've been able to find some candidates, so we're filling some of those holes, which is helpful. we all feel a lot better.
I just have a question about, I understand the need for Vogel to have another person as you kind of do the math there, that makes sense. Can you kind of explain why Minor does not need 2 people, but just needs 1?
So we rely on working with the campus principal. Yes. We rely on working with the campus principal in assessing how they're serving their groups, right? So this is what Ms. Way requested. I'm sure she will take 2. She would be very happy to have 2. But this was her request for another person. And it may be that next month, if more students move in and the minutes change and the group size doesn't work, we'll ask for another. We try to be as targeted as possible, being respectful of all things considered. We don't want to be reckless with public funds, right? We want to conserve and target student needs appropriately, and sometimes it's a challenge.
These minutes are required, right?
The minutes are required.
We're required to provide the
So
service.
the ARD committees determine the minutes per child individually. So we are required to provide their service. And when we get to a point where we cannot, then we must ask for additional staff to support those needs.
So looking at the numbers for both Rodriguez and Kennedy, they both look like they are both also in a very, very tight spot.
So Kennedy, we added a paraprofessional to them earlier in the fall. I don't have those numbers in front of me. So they, at the principal's request, we added another staff. If she's to the point of needing another one, she will ask us and we will approach the board with that. Rodriguez, there's a discrepancy between what our numbers show and what the principal's reported, so we're going to be reviewing that to make sure we have the correct information. And we reported that, we noted that there was a slight discrepancy, so we'll figure that out and let you know.
I just want to make a comment that I think that if it's required by state law, I think we need to make sure that we have the appropriate staffing to make sure that we can comply without stretching anyone to them.
It's a hard job already, and I appreciate the sentiment because I think our teachers need as much support as we can give them. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 4H, discussion of status of AJ Breezenester Middle School construction project.
Good evening, President Clinton and Dr. Neal, Board of Trustees. This is an item that was on the agenda last month. We received a pay application from the general contractor on this construction project, and I just want to keep it on here every month to give you an opportunity to be able to discuss it in closed session, so there is a corresponding item under the closed session as well. You're welcome.
And financial statements for December 2020.
You'll find the financial statements for the general operating fund, the child nutrition fund, and the debt service fund. These are the 3 funds that the board is required to approve and amend as necessary throughout the year. Just looking at things that I would point out to you, in the general fund, everything looks great. On track. This is the report that I go through with our budget coordinator every month. And we look for things that maybe, make sure that they're coded correctly and that everything is on track. I did want to point out one thing in the child nutrition fund, just that we've never, or if we've talked about it, I guess I've slept. But at the very bottom of this, you'll see where we, just like we have for the general fund and the debt service fund, we show you the fund balance because all these funds usually do end up in the fund balance. You're going to see some purchases from the child nutrition fund this month and then in the coming months. And I just wanted to kind of show you on here why that is. You're only allowed to have 3 months of your operating expenses in your child nutrition fund every year. So, of course, that 3 months changes every year a little bit. But we're at about 1.9 million where we should be for 3 months. So then TEA just says, hey, have a plan to spend that money down in a certain amount of time. So you're going to see some bigger purchases so that we get down to that number. But everything else on here looks good. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
J, new vendors.
We have had vendors respond to bids that we have, and this is just a list of the vendors that have responded, the proposal that they responded to, and the services that are provided. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to section 5, action items. I just want to point out to people in case they're confused about why we're going in this order. We're trying something different. We're putting some things that probably don't require closed session before closed session, so that we get some of our campus principals and people who've driven here for different things and those kind of things. We're getting them before the closed session. We're going to give this a try, so that you're only here with us till 9:30 instead of, yes, midnight. We're going to give it a try. Now, if anybody has anything they need to move or anything like that, we will take care of that. So first is 5A, approval of the 2024-2025 targeted improvement plan for Global Elementary. We have Miss
I wasn't really sure.
Well, good evening, everybody, and I know you're super excited to listen to us, because we're going to do a little dance for you to get you awake.
Wait, what?
So tonight we're here to present our targeted improvement plan, and that is to address our accountability ratings for the 23-24. Start by creating this plan that we have piled and just gone over and over and over. But in this plan, we have set clear goals. We have a target interventions. We have progress monitoring in place, and the main thing is that we're ensuring student growth. So we are under kind of the constructs of TEA when we created this, part of the Essential Schools framework. And the inner circle is effective instruction. That's the main thing. On the middle, it's quality teachers. We want to retain and keep the best. We want to have high quality instructional materials, and we want to have a great culture, of course. And then on the outside, it's all wrapped up by strong leadership. The next slide is just kind of going over what I just did, but more explicit wording from TEA. So.
All right, our next part, it just shows our focus area. So looking at all of those components of the Essential Schools framework, we focused on 2 areas. The daily use of our HQIM, our high quality instructional materials, and our rationale for doing that is alignment with our standards. And in PLCs, we're constantly making sure that they are aligned to our standards. It's research-based, it has built-in progress monitoring, and then it supports all learners. And we're also focused on data-driven instruction. So our rationale for that is for growth for all students by making decisions that inform our Tier 1 instruction. And then our small group instruction, our intervention, our stations, and our reteach opportunities.
All right, and
so looking at that, we have strategies and then the action and how we're going to get that done. So looking at our HQIM, our strategy, we're going to look at internalizing our lessons, and we're doing that in PLC weekly. Implementation of lesson plans, providing PD when it's needed for our teachers, and then using our pacing guides provided by the district, and then our peer modeling during PLC, where teachers are modeling the lessons for each other. And then also for the data-driven instruction, our strategy is to where did I skip? I skipped our action from our high-quality instructional materials to monitor students' progress and engagement through walkthroughs. So that's how we're going to make sure that that is happening. Then moving into our strategy for data-driven instruction, this looks like using our mastery trackers by TEAC to help progress monitor in the classroom. Analyze student work. We bring student work weekly to our PLCs to see how students are solving and using strategies. Analyzing data with the team in PLC. and then students using their Shade Their Success, which has been a huge part of our blended learning, where students are taking ownership of their learning and shading in so they know they can talk to the TEKs that they understand and what they also need to work on. And then our action of how that will get done, we will monitor and adjust instruction based on our data.
And in your artifact folder, I shared with you the first page is an example of kids shading their success. We did a 3rd grade, and then on the back is a 4th grade. So we'll talk about that again a little bit later, but that's what the kids do after all module assessments. They did it after the benchmark. So as soon as they take their test, they shade in green what they got correct, and they leave the rest unshaded, and then that is what they focus on until it's time for the next assessment. So they can speak to their TEK, they work towards their TEK as their goal. So I just wanted to give you an example. So our goals they're based in our campus instructional plan. They're not new, they're based also on the district plan. But for reading, we want our percentage of students achieving meets a grade level or above on grade 3 through 5 reading star to increase by 6 points from 40 to 46. So our goal is 46. We talk about it every time we come to PLC. We talk about it every time we do data. And that is just meets. We want 46. We talk about it. We drive it in. So in math, it's the same, but we're looking at 49%. So we're starting a little bit lower in math from 37, but we want to get to 49. I had a question today that I addressed about, did I think that's attainable? Yes, I think it's attainable. I think that with this targeted improvement plan, the teachers we have in place, and the instruction that we're giving right now, it is attainable. The next slide, okay, this is how we project academic growth. So this is our targeted improvement plan beginnings. We took kids who were in 3rd grade STAR last year, and now they did the 4th grade benchmark. So we were doing STAR test to STAR test. We went through, and I put this slide here because I wanted to explain it to you. So on the left side is the old STAR they took last year from 3rd grade, and then above the current is the 4th grade benchmark. So we could go in and we could say, were they low does not meet this year and low does not meet next year. So if you look at this slide, it's like a multiplication rubric. So you would go here, and if they're still here, they get 0 points if they're in the red. If they're in the red and then they move over, you're just doing it like this, they move and they get a point. So if a kid was low does not meet, they can move to high does not meet and still get a point. It's all about the growth. So I just wanted to explain this. It goes all the way. Anybody that's in red is 0 points. Anybody that's in blue is half a point. And then everybody in green is 1 point. So this is how we're predicting growth. So we went through the STAR test from last year to the benchmark this year, and we tallied all the kids where they were. We predicted their growth. We didn't predict their growth, we showed their growth. We said this is where they are. So that's kind of the explanation of the next slide you're going to see. Any questions on this? It took me a long time to read this growth chart. So right here, this is I gave you a picture. If you look in your thing, you can see your picture of all of it together. So once we tallied all the kids, we counted them. So if you see in test earning 0 points, there were 44 kids. 4th grade math. If you look at kids earning 9 points, it equates to 4.5 points. If you look at kids that earn 1 point, it equates to 29 kids. So we took all of those growth points, because those are kids that either stayed in the same performance level or went to the next performance level. That's where the growth points are coming from. So we took that, and right now, from STAR last year to benchmark this year, 4th graders, we're at a growth score of 41%. So that's where they are right now. Our goal is 46%. All right, so if you look at the next one,
This is where we come in and we say, okay, these are our intervention plans. Now I need you to predict what's happening. So we go in, we look at the kids, which I gave you a printout of as well. It's the spreadsheet. We look at their star, we look at their benchmark, we see how many points they are away from passing. I don't know if you, it's a spreadsheet in there for you to look at. And we can say if they're 1 to 4 questions away, if they're from a new performance level. So we have the teachers go in and predict. So the next one is growth score predictions from benchmark. So now we're taking these kids in 4th grade, benchmark, and we're predicting for STAR in April. Is everybody with me? Okay. So this is the new predictions. So then we predicted out of the 44, we're moving 33 of them, and there's 11. We predicted that there's 20 and then 40 points, so our new prediction score for growth is 60. So I know this is a lot, but we went through a lot to get to this. But that's about how we created our plans. You can see our plans. There are artifacts in there. They are by teak, specific to each student. It tells who's pulling them. It says what small group they're going to. It says if they earned a 0, a 50%, or 100% on a teak. It's just very specific. All the kids who earned a 0 are going with this teacher. All the kids that earn 50% are going with this teacher. So that's how we based knowing that this was going to be the growth. And then here's the reading. So I've explained it all, so now I can just tell you it was 55% on the reading, and our prediction is 71%.
And then we move into 5th grade. So this is 5th grade math. So looking at all those points, from benchmark, we were at 42 as our growth score. And then our prediction, looking at all those students that were 1 to 4 questions away, because there were some questions on the benchmark that we hadn't taught yet. We're still teaching those teaks. So there were some questions that were like, well, we still need to teach that. We feel like those students will get that and be able to get a growth score of at least 61 is our prediction for STAR. And then for 5th grade reading, we were at a 44 as our growth score, and we're predicting a 68. That's a pretty big difference.
And here is our math and reading links. Of course, you don't have the links because you have the PDF, but our central office team, our triad team, they have all the links. You can just see how focused those are. But I gave you examples of them, so you can see.
All right, within our plan, we also included progress monitoring. How are we going to make sure that this is getting done? And we're watching students, each student specifically by teaks. So what we are doing, obviously we're looking at our data from our spring interim assessments. We've dug in, teachers have looked student by student, teak by teak, and put them into groups. We're looking at our module assessments that are coming up because we still have a few more left that we need to give. Exit tickets. We are constantly looking at exit tickets and coming up with them using our different platforms so students have access to using those different platforms as we move closer to STAR. Readiness TEAK daily intervention plan, which you have all of that in your packet. And then PLC data analysis, that happens every Tuesday. Teachers are digging into data. If it's exit ticket data, module assessment data, it's always on a Tuesday. Our walkthroughs, we're making sure that we are meeting every Monday as a leadership team, and we're going over all of our walkthroughs from that week and targeting specific teachers and making sure that we're looking at what teachers are doing in the classroom and aligning what we're seeing as a leadership team. Lesson planning, and then student artifacts. I mentioned earlier that we bring student artifacts to every PLC. And then our SHADE, their success. Students know and love that. That's in their data binders, and every time they pull that out, we can come in there and you can ask them for their data binder, and they can tell you what TEAKs they are working on, and then what stations they pick to go with those TEAKs to make sure that they're meeting their goal. Then our resources and support, our instructional coach will be going each morning to our 5th grade math class to do readiness review and warm up during that chunk of time to support our 5th grade math teacher. Groups will be pulled during each guided block for 4th and 5th grade math by the teacher, the instructional coach, and our Title I tutor, and those groups are given to you also in your folder. Our Tier 3 district support through our triad meetings, so getting that support from central office. And then our resources that we are using, obviously we're using Eureka and HMH, but then our supplemental resources as well, using Fast Focus, Math GPS, Countdown to STAR, Progress Learning, Zern, Teach Resource System, digging into those questions. The old site still has some good stuff in it. We don't want to leave it behind. And then using our Cambium at bats, getting students on that platform, using it, knowing how to use those tools is very beneficial.
So we're very lucky because our instructional coach just came out of the 5th grade classroom teaching math, and she was very successful. So we use her. We use her. All right, so next, this is just kind of summing up what we've talked about. I know one of the questions I had here was, what was the state star from 23-24? And that was the cohort of kids that we have. It's not our kids, it's the state's kids. This is where the state performed on average on the 3rd grade math star last year, and this is showing where we are with our 3rd graders in 4th grade now. So you can see in reading on our vocal benchmark, our 4th grade reading is doing very well so far. They're already above where the state should be for 4-star, and we're not even done. Like, when this test was done, we still have, I kept saying 44 days, we have 44 days, we still have 44 days, that's a lot of days. And then we just put, of course, we're normal and we're competitive, and so I put where the district was, just to kind of show where we stood with the district. But I do have some celebrations because already 55% of our 4th grade students have shown growth from the 3rd grade star. So that just means where they are right now, like 55% of growth with these kids. So we're super happy about that. And then this is where I wanted to highlight, I was kind of talking about earlier, when you're wanting to move kids from one performance level to the next. We have 20 students who are 1 to 4 questions away from the next performance level. That's not a lot. And 15 students 1 to 4 questions away from in the same performance level. So that's right there, that's 35 kids who are going to grow.
That's where our predictions came
Yeah,
from.
that's our predictions. And we're not crossing our fingers. I just did that, but we have great teachers. So, and the other thing is that students analyze their performance and know the teams. So we have a plan. I know it's scary, but we have a plan. And then here's math, the same thing for math. We have 24 students, 1 to 4 questions away from the next performance level. In math, that's huge because we had 8 questions in 4th grade that hadn't been taught, and I think it was 9 in 5th grade that hadn't been taught. So if you put all those back in there, that's a lot of performance level jumping after they learn it. And then we have 17 students staying close to the same performance level. And the same, like, it's just a great celebration. I know that there's a long way to go, I do, but our plan is very thought out, very well thought out.
All right, so a lot of our plan, yes, we're focusing on academics, math, and reading. But we also wanted to include in our plan the whole child, right? Social and emotional, like how are kids doing? Because if you're not doing well, you're not going to perform well in math and reading. If you're not feeling well, if you're having some discipline issues. So the data that we're using to track that is our discipline data, our referrals. So looking at the gold, that would be our number of incidents, and the black would be the number of students. So sometimes a student has multiple incidences. So looking at our total up until January, we had 41 incidents or referrals written, and that was about 34 students with that data. So yes, looking at our overall total number of students, we have 469 students. So we're pretty proud of our low number of discipline referrals. We do provide a lot of support for students to help in this. So in our plan, we wanted to talk about our support for students with our MTSS meetings, talking about the whole child, setting goals for students. If they are struggling with their behavior, kind of getting some plans in place for them. And then check-ins with me as their tier 1, just kind of helping check in on them and making sure that their day's going well in the morning, and then checking out with them in the afternoon. And then our Behavior Reset Center, our BRC, for that tier 2, students that need that extra support whenever they are struggling in the classroom. We do have a plus setting on our campus, so that tier 3 support. Our counselor has her guidance lessons. She also has lunch bunch and pulls groups all the time. She's always with her groups walking down the hallway. And then Officer Vela, our Guadalupe County Juvenile Service Prevention Program. He's been awesome supporting some of our boys on campus. We've got him kind of building relationships with them, and it's been very successful. And then the biggest, our collaboration with parents. If we, don't have the parents on board, we are going to struggle. So making sure that we're building those relationships with students and with our parents. So that is our support for our whole child.
That's it.
Any questions?
And I know you're going through your artifacts. I think I kind of explained most of them as we went, but we're open for your answer anything.
Just have a quick question. What software did you use to generate the?
That's from Lead Forward.
It's impressive. I like it.
We did not create that. Yes,
I kind of figured it would be a software that would be too
Yes,
complicated.
yes.
to get from scratch.
And Christy Miranda could probably do that because she's a whiz, but yes.
Leap Forward is amazing.
Yeah.
Partnered with them for a long
Yeah. Well, Christy has it where if you put them in, it calculates everything for you, but yeah, we're doing tallies because we wanted we had the teachers do it, and then we posted it because we were like, there's nothing more transparent than posting your growth.
I have one for each individual student.
Well, for each teacher.
Teacher.
Yes. They have it listed in the box, the student names that are in each box for each teacher.
What is MTSS?
Multi-tier system of support.
Just any.
Kind of under this, it's kind of under, you're under this broad umbrella. You just get whole child, you get behavior reset, you get SPED, you get everything.
Attendance.
Just multi-tiered. Yeah. All the acronyms that we have to.
I'm trying to learn.
I know, that was good. That was good.
I just have a comment. I am a person who asks 1,000 questions and dives in deep, and so I just want to thank you for quickly responding to the couple questions that I did have, and then just your presentation as a whole. For being someone who I've never seen a plan like this before. Thank you for the time and effort you put into it. It's clear, and I'm so excited about Shade.
Yeah.
Change your
It is really cool.
I love that idea about it being so positive for kids, and then it's green. They don't see the red, they don't see the yellow, they see green, and then those opportunities.
Yeah.
I'm very excited.
We're like, you got 3 greens, yes.
That's awesome.
But it's all different questions, so it's really great.
I was blessed one time, I think I was observing your teacher of the year last year.
It's great.
Yes, and I let her,
She does, yeah.
do the well, actually, she was teaching a small group, and I was going around looking at the kids, and I asked them what they were doing, she said, well, I just completed that one, so I'm coloring it on my sheet because I completed it and I passed it. I mean, the kids knew what they were doing.
Right, because they worked
That's
towards
them.
that goal.
So that's a neat thing.
Is this something that should to other campuses? Did they break down the data in the same way as this district-wide?
Yes. So the teacher that you saw is now my instructional coach. So now she affects a lot of classes instead of one.
I wanted to go back to a question two of the trustees had. One, Trustee Burns, your question about where, the numbers, when you look at the state star, I wish they would use other numbers because even the state, when I look at the 2 slides for reading, for 4th grade, meets average 48, 51 in fifth grade, 42 in fourth grade for math, 46. I understand the growth measure, and it's just how fast can we accelerate it, and I think today's presentation, Vogel's presentation, can show us that little by little, moving those squares, even though the number says something like 46%, which is nowhere close to 100%, that's where we want to be, but I don't know, maybe it's just in the calculations with the, I don't want to blame it on all of that, but it is alarming to see even the state at those numbers. And so I just wanted to point that out, and this illustrates it really well. I will say that assessments play an important role, and I know that we can look at assessments in a different way, the frequency, but all of this is data gathering from different types of assessments, and it's really important. I know because I'm at their campus every week and I see how they're using the data from the assessments. And so yes, there's always room for improvement. We can take a look at the frequency or how closely they are to one another. But it's necessary to drive the instruction and to put the groups together. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And
Because we're focusing a lot right now on just growing, just the growth. Just can we intervene for the next 44 days to pick up some of the things we've already taught, but yet still continue to teach you new content? You know.
I think that one of the keys of what you said is that one, I think there's adult language and I think there's kid language. And I think we run into too often is we try to shove the adult language into the kids, but this is your percent, which is not a positive number. And so I love the positiveness of that approach. I also think this plan is really great because it is immediate input, that those teachers are constantly making changes, that there's no delay between when the information is being gathered and then when it's getting implemented into interventions the next week. I think that it's the immediacy of the exit ticket or whatever is getting used, it's put in motion immediately rather than there being a couple week gap.
Like the 10-day start countdown. Like, no.
We're
starting now.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll accept a motion.
I move to approve the 2024 or 24-25 target improvement plan for Vogel Elementary.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Bright and a second from Ms. Humpkin. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 7-0. Our next action item, sorry, it's my turn. Our next action item is B, request for waivers. Dr. Cuddy.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Meehy, Trustees. Thank you very much. This evening, we are asking for approval from the school board to approve a low attendance waiver for various schools. This specifically pertains to the date of January 22nd, 2025. As y'all are well aware, Seguin ISD in the surrounding area was affected by freezing temperatures on January 21st, 2025. Subsequently, and we did close and shut down our schools for that particular day. That also affected the subsequent day, January 22nd, 2025, where obviously a lot of families and students did not attend school on the subsequent day. That obviously affected our average daily attendance for January 22nd, 2025. TA allows us to submit a waiver if we dipped under the 10% mark, both at the district level and at the campus level. So we are seeking a low attendance waiver from the board, specifically for January 22nd, 2025. The district as a whole did not cross that 10% threshold. You can see that in in the agenda report, but several other campuses did. Jefferson's ADA for 23-24 was 90.39%, and on January 22nd, we recorded 79.96%. McQueenie in 23-24 was at 93.67, and on January 22nd, we reported 81.23. Kennedy in 23-24 was at 94.03, and we reported 82.6 on January 22nd. Barnes in 23-24 was at 91.3, and we recorded 79.69% on January 22nd. Bloomberg Learning Center in 23-24 recorded 83.54, and on January 22nd dipped down to 66.67. The DAP campus in 23-24 recorded 82.75%, and on January 22nd, 2025 dipped down to 65.72. With the approval of this low attendance waiver from the board, we would be able to submit that to TEA and recoup our ADA for those particular campuses, reverting it back to last year's ADA. Any questions?
I move to approve attendance waiver for January 22nd, 2025.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Dwyer, a second from Mr. Bright. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you much.
The next item is C, first reading for consideration or approval of the Texas Association of School Boards or TASB Policy Update 124, affecting legal and local policies. Ms. Lyons.
First reading for the consideration and approval of the TASB Policy Update 124. So it's all of the policy updates. Can I read through them all?
No, will you just explain, because this is the first one of these updates that some of our board members have done. So will you just explain a little bit about
How we go about it?
Together.
Okay, so once the update request is made, we do go, and Monica Polasic, my secretary, goes through, compiles all of the information, and we submit it into TASB. We wait for revisions from TASB, and they give us recommendations. Once those recommendations come back, then we reword that and send it out for approval, and that's what gets approved here through this process. So it does go through the TASB. TASB gives all of the updates needed, making sure that we're within the law, making sure that we're our verbiage is correct, and that the policy local agrees with the legal.
I'll add just a little bit to that for the new trustees. Sometimes you'll notice that it's just language, that they're cleaning up the language. And so if it's done on one, then they strike it out on all of them. It could be a minor all caps to not all caps, which is one that I saw a lot. And this is what they do in their updates frequently. They're just always going through, this is what they have someone or some people designated at TASB to do, to update.
Yeah, they'll edit any of the ins and ands, buts, things like that.
And then also for anyone at home or new people, so it says first reading. Is there only one reading?
I asked how we have typically posted this, and so there can be a first reading for consideration. If there was anything that you wanted to raise a question about that you saw in this update,
then we could go back and look it over and bring it back for a second read. Or you can approve it.
Right,
Yes.
we can resubmit for
That's how it is
information or not.
written.
Sometimes there's some confusion because, for like the city or something, there's certain ordinances that have to be read twice. So sometimes people see the first reading and think, oh, if I have a problem with this, I have a second chance to do that. We don't do it quite that way, so I just like to
Correct.
So the motion should be to approve, not the first reading. Stated as it is.
Stated as read and what's here.
Madam President, I move to approve the Texas Association of School Boards TASB Policy Update 124, affecting legal and local policies.
saw Mr. Janet before I heard you. So,
I didn't see.
okay, so I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second from Mr. Guerra. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Next we have first reading for consideration or approval of local district updates, FFI. Dr. Monmouth and Kristen.
Good evening. All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. B. Hill, President Graydon. So this particular policy, FFI for bullying, is, we just brought this separately. Trustee Burns and I met, and she proposed some revisions, and so then she sent those in to us, and then we sent them, as Mrs. Lyons described, we sent them to TASB to have them look it over to make sure that everything is in alignment. So you'll see in your documents there what the proposed revisions were, first by Trustee Burns, and then kind of what TASB came back with as far as their revisions on top of what was proposed. So you'll see that kind of highlighted there in yellow, kind of what their comments were. So if you're looking at the proposed revisions on the second part here on like 197, you'll see just what the revisions were and the feedback from TASB. So I don't know if you want me to go over some of the changes that were proposed, or if you, anything in particular you would like me to look at as far as what the proposed revisions from TASB were, or clarifications from TASB from what Trustee Burns presented as a proposal to this policy.
I just want to make the comment that after reviewing TASB's edits and revisions, I'm in full support of the revised, grammatically correct wording that they have put in. So I appreciate
they like the word shall.
Yes.
As you'll notice.
Yes. But I just, as the board, if I can just talk to you kind of about my rationale about the different changes. Change number 1, you'll see, I believe it's on page 199 of our presentation, was adding a section about parent reporting, making it very clear that parents can report bullying as well. That if a parent believes their student has experienced bullying or believes that another district student has experienced bullying, the parent should immediately report the alleged acts to the district. Change number 2 is about, the first thing is to speed up the time frame in which the alleged bully is notified. If the parent of alleged bully is notified within 2 business days. So if it got reported today, it would be by the end of the next day. And then also add a new standard where as soon as a bullying report is submitted, there is immediately a safety plan created to make sure that the alleged victim feels like they're safe coming to school the next day while the investigation is pending. whether they were bullied or not, they still felt unsafe. And so making sure that it's very clear to them, there's a written plan about this is how we're gonna keep you safe until we figure out what's going on, and then we'll come back to it. Change number 3 was about speeding up the investigation. Most of our investigations, our administrators are jumping right onto, and so changing that from 10 days to 5 days, but acknowledging that sometimes there are complex investigations, and if that time frame needs to be lengthened, is that just all parties are notified, keeping that communication open. And then along with that is changing under district action bullying, changing the may to the shall. Just making it very clear that there are cases where the district will report. It's not a decision based on, it's not an objective decision, but it's a required. It's a required thing. And then number 4 is that under improper conduct, is it actually changing, this is one that I love, the may turn to shall, is that even if it is not bullying, is that the district still needs to be looking at the student code of conduct and taking any appropriate action. But just because it's not bullying doesn't mean there's not a problem that needs to be addressed.
So I guess my only question on this one is, the district shall notify law enforcement in certain circumstances. Are those circumstances laid out plain and clear?
Yes.
Okay. Because I mean, honestly, law enforcement doesn't care if there's bullying. Like, that's insight. If there's like an assault or something like that, that's a different matter. But like, if we report all of our bullying to Seguin PD, they're not. It's going to be like a crying wolf all the time.
Right, it's not that we would report bullying, it would be associated with something like a weapon, an assault, or in those cases that we are obligated or required to contact law enforcement.
Any further questions? You can make a motion.
Madam President, I move that we approve the changes for the local district update, LDU and FFI.
Second. It's just FFI, right? I don't know where that.
Or FFI.
Local district update, yeah.
You have a second, right? You seconded.
Did you get that motion, please? We're gonna be more careful with our. Okay. That is a motion from Mr. Guerra and a second from Ms. Duncan. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hands. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for working on this. Appreciate it.
I'm excited to have it.
So staff? All right. Now E, consideration and approval of an order. Oh, sorry. Consideration and approval of an order authorizing the issuance of one or more series of the district's unlimited tax school building bonds in the maximum amount of $46 million, levying an ad valorem tax for the payment thereof, delegating the authority to the chief financial officer to approve and execute related documents, and other matters in connection therewith. And Mr. Quiroga, it looks like.
Yes. Yes, I'm just going to introduce Victor. A couple of you have probably never got to work with him, but I just want to say, when I moved from West Texas to Central Texas in schools, I met Victor, and he's phenomenal. So you're going to agree with me after you hear him, but he's going to go through this with you.
That's not fair because the bar has been set high. The Honorable President, members of the board, Dr. Mejia, thank you for having me here this evening. For the recommended Director Quiroga, Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance, and I've had the honor of representing the school district as your bond financial advisor for a number of years. I probably shouldn't say how many, but it's been a little while. But we're here today to talk about two financings that the district is considering for approval this evening. And we prepared a brief presentation for you, but before I begin, Lauren Ferrero is here from McCall, Parks and Horton, and her partner RJ, and they're the ones that prepared the agenda language and the orders that you're considering this evening. I just do the finance part. But to begin the presentation here, if am I in control, or is this, if you could go, next page, please, thank you. So here, this is just the objectives of today's meeting. This is for the new money component of $46 million. This is the different topics that we'll talk about very briefly here as part of this presentation. And if you go to the next slide, please. This is a slide that I like to show because even though interest rates have been in the news for a number of years now and it's been pretty volatile, one day it'll go up, one day it'll go down. If you put it into historical perspective, we're still in a pretty good place here where we're issuing these 30-year bonds. In the past couple of years, we've gotten very attractive interest rates and have been able to take advantage of the bond market for your taxpayers. So we anticipate to be around the 4 to 4.5% range for this financing when we actually execute it here in the next couple of months. Next page, please. And so this is the district's current debt profile. This is just an overview. The district has 10 bond issuances outstanding, a little over $222 million. This is a mix of short and long-term debt payments. All the bonds, except for one issuance, is rated AAA, which is the safest and highest rating for a municipal bond that helps us get the best interest rate for your taxpayers. This is all differentiated colors here by bond issuance. And so this repayment terms, as you can tell, as the payments go down, that means we're paying off debt. And sometimes we're even paying off debt early through something that we call the defeasance for a couple of new board members that we've been doing for a couple of years, strategically paying off debt so that we could give your taxpayers an opportunity to be able to finance things in the future without impacting the tax rate. Next page, please. And so this is just a reminder of Bond 2022. This is approved by your voters back in November for $131 million. And these were the various projects that were going to be funded by the $131 million. What we told the taxpayers at the time was that to afford this bond program, the tax impact or tax increase on your interest and sinking fund side would be, sorry, it's past my bedtime already, be 2 cents per $100 valuation. So we're already at the 40.5 cents for your interest and sinking fund tax rate. That tax rate can only be used for the repayment of principal and interest on existing debt. And so the issuance of this $46 million will not cause an impact into your existing tax rate, meaning that when you're budgeting next year, that tax rate should not go up, assuming that we still get the moderate property value growth that we're anticipating. And so here, since that time in 2022, this is the third bond issuance. We basically did it in phases. So in 2023, we issued a portion of the bonds. Last year, we issued another portion. And this year, we're going to issue the remaining authorization of $46 million. After this bond issuance, this bond program would be exhausted, and we won't have any additional voter authorization unless you go back to the voters. Next page, please. And so this is transaction number one. Just a couple of highlights here. We're going to continue utilizing the 30-year repayment term. The interest rate that we're going to go after is going to be a fixed interest rate. It can never change unless we refinance, something we'll consider in the next agenda item. We anticipate entering the bond market on April 23rd and providing those funds to your project account on May 20th. I did visit with Ms. Oates before. We're planning this just to make sure that she has enough funds to move forward with the bond program. And so everything was fine, and we should be okay getting those funds on May 20th. And again, no impact to your INS tax rate for this. Last page here, ladies and gentlemen, is just the action that you're taking today. Basically, what you're doing is, if you approve it, you're going to allow and delegate the authority to the superintendent or the CFO to sign the final documents on April 23rd. This is a flexibility that some school districts have if you're considered a sophisticated bond issuer by the state of Texas. So that we don't have to plan a bond sale around the next board meeting or anything like that. So it gives us an opportunity to be flexible with the market and whenever we go in, because let's just say something happens bad in the market April 22nd, that doesn't mean we have to sell bonds April 23rd. We could just wait and see what everything is looking like. At this point, we don't anticipate any major or drastic changes that will cause us to stop this plan and stop the timeline here. And then basically that's it. The parameter that we have is pretty easy because we are selling the remaining $46 million. We can't issue more than that, so that's what we're going to limit it to. And the action, if you take it today, we can't execute it for some reason, although we don't anticipate it. The action taken today is valid for 12 months. After that, we'd have to come back to the board, but again, we don't anticipate that occurring. Are there any questions for me at this time?
Madam President, I move for approval of an order authorizing the issuance of one or more series of the district's unlimited tax school building bonds in the maximum amount of $46 million, levying an ad valorem tax for the payment thereof, and delegating the authority to the chief financial officer to approve and execute related documents and other matters in connection therewith.
Second.
So that is a motion for Ms. Duncan and a second for Mr. Bright. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
I'll stick around for one more.
All right.
This was a little bit more fun.
So this is F, consideration and approval of an order authorizing the issuance of one or more series of the district's unlimited tax refunding bonds in the maximum amount of $38,090,000, levying an ad valorem tax for the payment thereof, delegating the authority to the chief financial officer to approve and execute related documents and other matters in connection therewith.
Great, thank you very much. And if you go to the first page, please. So this is a refinancing opportunity. As your financial advisor, we not only help you finance new projects, but we also continue to monitor your debt portfolio to take advantage of market opportunities and identify and bring forward to you any refinancing opportunities. And so we identified one here for bonds that will be eligible to be refinanced here in the next few months. And so this is just an overview of what we'll be talking about. But if you go to the next page, please. This is a summary of that refinancing. Although we have eligible bonds from the 2015, 16, and 16A issuance outstanding, that principal amount that's eligible to refinance is a little over $38 million. Right now, based on current market conditions, only about $32 million of that 38 actually makes sense to refinance. It doesn't make sense to refinance the full amount because we're trying to enhance the savings for that. And so right now, the preliminary estimated savings that we've identified based on current market conditions is a net savings to your taxpayers of about $1.4 million. When we pursue these refinancings, we're not extending the debt. We're still going to be paying it off as originally scheduled, so we're not going to extend the original term. All we're going to do here is we're going to switch a high interest rate for a low interest rate to achieve these savings. And so we'd like to show this chart on the right side just to make sure everyone sees that we're not extending the debt. We're still going to pay it off at the same time. Those savings are going to occur over the life of the bond. So many times these refinancings aren't going to necessarily move the needle when you're setting your annual tax rate, but it is a demonstration that the board is being very prudent stewards of taxpayer funds by pursuing opportunities to save your taxpayers money. The one thing that we did look at, I'm not trying to get through the weeds here, but we look at the net present value savings ratio on the left box there. You can see that right now it's over 3%. So in our industry, to determine whether refinancing is something that you should seriously consider moving forward with, we like to see that ratio to be 3% or above. And if it's below that, then it might not be worth doing, even though it is showing some type of savings or dollar amount savings. So we want to make sure that when you do a refinancing, it's going to be worth it, because unlike our mortgages and car loans, we can't refinance bonds, municipal bonds, whenever we want. We have to, there's a certain timeline to do that. Next page, please. And so just a brief summary of this transaction. This one is not a 30-year bond. The remaining payments is 16 years. We're going to go after a fixed interest rate as well. We've already made applications to the Texas Education Agency to utilize a permanent school fund guarantee, just like the $46 million bond issue. What that means is we're going to be able to use the state's pristine AAA rating to market these bonds and get you the best interest rate for your taxpayers. These savings are preliminary right now. I hope to be better than that, but we'll just kind of see how the market is. We're going to price these bonds or go to the bond market on the same day as the $46 million on April 23rd. and also close on the same day of May 20th on this transaction. Next page, please. And so this is in line, this is in line with the strategic decisions that the board has made in the past to help save your taxpayers' funds. So I joined the district in 2005. We did the first refinancing in 2006, and we've also some of the defeasances where we utilized the cash to pay down debt on purpose. And over that time, the board has been able to save its taxpayers about $25.6 million. And so this refinancing is not included in just there yet, but I'm anxiously awaiting to include on this list and provide it to you after we conduct that refinancing for you. Same thing here. What you're doing is you're basically just going to delegate the authority to the superintendent and the CFO to execute this transaction and sign the final document. So long as we meet those minimum savings parameters, the maximum bond amount is going to be about $38.09 million, but right now I'm anticipating it to be lower than that, but we want to give ourselves some flexibility by adding the larger amount in there. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
The $1.4 million in savings includes the cost?
Yeah, so that's actually a great question. Yeah, and I usually do a good job of pointing that out initially because that's like the first question. So the $1.4 million is an estimated savings, and that is net of any of the what we call cost of issuance or expenses involved with conducting a bond transaction. Aside from me, there's bond attorneys, there's rating agencies, the state of Texas, the Attorney General gets a fee, there's all these fees, and so the underwriters get a fee. And so with all that, we show the net savings to be $1.4 million, and this is after the cost of issuance. Thank you for pointing that out.
Any further questions?
Madam President, I move to approve for the approval of an order authorizing the issuance of one or more series of the district's unlimited tax refunding bonds in a maximum amount of $38,090,000, levying an ad valorem tax for the payment hereof, delegating the authority to the Chief Financial Officer to approve and execute related documents and other matters in connection therewith.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Duncan and a second from Mrs. Lyons. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you again for having me. It's so wonderful to see everybody again, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to represent you. Congratulations to the new board members on coming to the board, but we'll just get to work now and make sure you do a good job for you all. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next action item is 5G, adoption of resolution regarding wage payments during emergency school closing. No union payments.
Yes, good evening again. This is kind of piggybacking off the attendance waiver. So this is something that y'all did in April as well for, we had a weather day, people didn't come into work. So we would like y'all to pass this resolution so that we can pay them even though they didn't work and they don't have to make up this day. Any questions?
I move that we do the adoption of the resolution regarding wage payments during emergency school closing.
Second. All right, we have a motion from Ms. Miller and a second from Ms. Huckabee. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. And then 5H, approval of Seguin ISD child nutrition equipment, RFP 25-0.
Yes, this is, we went out for bids for serving lines for 2 campuses. And I'm trying to blank on the 2 campuses, Jacob.
Vogel and Kennedy.
Vogel and Kennedy. I can't see very good for some reason, but we went out for bids. We did RFP, a request for proposal, and we are recommending Arnold Refrigeration as the vendor for these 2 serving lines. we plan on getting them installed this summer so that they're ready for school.
Where's that company out of?
San Antonio.
They provide the equipment and provide the service.
Yes, sir. They'll remove our existing serving lines and dispose of them, and they'll bring the equipment and installation, everything, turnkey.
I thought you said turkey, but you said turkey.
I did.
I thought she said turkey
I was
too.
gonna do my turkey call.
But it's a turkey,
on the
she said
first
turkey.
day.
It will help us serve turkey.
There you
There you
go.
go.
Was there something different about those two campuses, or?
If you're gonna stay, you might as well talk.
Yes, I know, I've been here all night, I need to say something, yeah, absolutely. Madam President, Dr. Hill, Board of Trustees, thank you for having me. So this is actually a continuation of an endeavor we started back in 2019, where we outfitted Potlawn's campus with a brand new serving line. And that one was really nice, it had all the bells and whistles, and we spent a good deal of money on it. And so in doing that, we knew we wanted to outfit all three sister schools with new serving lines due to the nature of the equipment and honestly the space constraints. The logistics of that campus don't allow our current serving lines to have reach-in warmers and coolers behind the half of our staff while they're serving. And so we know that Kinnicky has a healthy enrollment, Global is growing. And so right now their serving lines only have 3 hot wells and limited space for providing our fruit and vegetables as well. And so with the new serving lines, we're gonna use that real estate a lot better to where they're gonna have 5 hot wells, have more room for being more efficient during service. So because we're trying to get about anywhere between 70 to 90 kids through within 10 to 15 minutes. So the more efficient that our staff can be, the better prepared they are for those lunches when they're coming through. And so we knew with Potlawn that we didn't need exactly all of the bells and whistles that we got with that. We do love that serving line. And so when we did Potlawn, we kind of had in mind that, okay, we want to test out what works and what doesn't work. And so with COVID happening, that kind of put the plans behind a bit, and so we finally got back to this project, and we have kind of been working on this for about a year now to make sure that we're getting a quality piece of equipment, but also we want to be mindful of putting the money to use as far as efficiency, but not necessarily getting all the bells and whistles that we did at Potlawn. And so these are modular serving lines where if we find a need to down the road remove a piece, maybe something goes down, we don't have to replace the whole thing. We can just replace a few items as needed, or if we need to, they're actually on casters too. So it makes it a lot easier for our staff to move them out of the way. It cleans up because spills happen. And we are trying to be mindful of tackling as many problems as we possibly can. And so the sister schools definitely have the space constraints to where those warmers and coolers that some of the other campuses like Rodriguez and Weiner have access to, it makes it a bit more challenging. And so we wanted to focus on making sure that those campuses had the newer serving lines to better use that real estate on the line. That way they're not having to run back and forth, because the folks that are on the further side over where they don't have access to the warmers and coolers, it is a stress for them on a daily basis. And so having everything out ready before service starts is definitely going to help them out a lot. So if we can help our staff be more efficient, they're going to be better able to serve the students. Does that answer?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I move for approval of Seguin ISD child nutrition equipment.
Second.
All right, so the motion by Mr. Bright and second by Ms. Miller. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. For the same sign? Yeah, that's exciting. The motion passes 7-0.
So much.
Gotta
I
feed the
appreciate
kids.
it.
Thank you to Jacob. We have a phenomenal child nutrition director.
We have good support from all the top down, so we appreciate it. Thank you all.
Item 6 is closed session. The board will adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, 551.129, consultation with legal counsel, including possible telephone consultation with legal counsel as necessary to address legal concerns, implications, and answer any legal questions regarding posted agenda items. B, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, consultation with legal counsel regarding legal issues related to the A.J. Breezemeyer construction project. C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discuss personnel matters including appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of an employee or employees. D, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072, discuss the sale, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. And E, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0821, deliberation regarding public school students. So I think everyone could probably use a 5-minute break. So we'll move from this at 10:08. We'll see you in 5 minutes for closed session. 7:37 PM with no action. 8, consent agenda. Policy B local states that the consent agenda shall include items of a routine and or recurring nature grouped together under one action item. All such items shall be acted upon by one vote without separate discussion unless a board member requests that an item be withdrawn for individual consideration. The remaining items shall be adopted under a single motion and vote as applicable. A, approval of board minutes for board workshop on January 8th, 2025. Special meeting January 15th, 2025. Regular meeting January 23rd, 2025, and board workshop January 30th, 2025. B, approval of tax collection reports for January 2025. C, approval of proposed budget amendments for February 2025. D, approval of donations received January 2025. E, authorization of agreement between Seguin ISD and Texas school therapy providers at a cost of $59,200. F, authorization of an agreement between Seguin ISD and Tangram Rehabilitation Network, cost of $240,000. G, Seguin ISD resolution regarding the Office of Governor's Truancy Prevention Grant. And H, acknowledge Public Information Act requests January and February 2025. Are there any items that a board member would like to pull from the consent?
Madam President, I move to accept the consent agenda items and to approve.
Second. I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second from Mrs. Miller. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Moving on to action items, part 2. Sorry, just making sure you're all awake. 9A, personnel action on professional employees. Mr. Tree.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Reed, board members. And before you, we have the recommendation for personnel action for professional employees. We have 2 assistant principals, one at Walton Early Childhood Center and the other one at Seguin High School for assistant principals, as I said. And then also the interim principal for Seguin High School for the remainder of the school year. You have the resumes, also the personal information exhibit as well. I'll entertain any questions that you might have.
I guess they're not here right now for us to meet them.
Usually we don't bring people at this point. We bring people for introductions.
Oh,
And
I was a bit being facetious because of the time.
Sorry, let me use the microphone. Any questions for Mr. Tribune?
thank you.
Yeah, it's an action item. You may get caught up in the discussion part. Sorry. I'll entertain a motion for that.
Madam President, I move to accept the professional employees that were suggested for hire.
All right. I saw you first. So I have a motion from Mr. Dwyer and a second from Ms. Miller. Mrs. Miller, do I have any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Our next action item is 9B, consideration and possible approval of budget amendment for added staff positions. Good evening again.
again, this is just for the two positions that were presented by Human Resources earlier in the board meeting. This is a smaller number that you might expect just because there's not very many days left in the school year. Any questions?
Kathy, you know what that number is?
Sorry, it's in the budget amendment. It's $13,838 to finish out the school year.
That's for the two teachers. That's for the two
These
aides,
aides,
right?
yes, the two aides.
Right.
They're both intervention aides.
Right.
Obviously, it's, you know, a lower salary than a teacher would be, and I can tell you off the top of my head how many days are left, but both at spring break to May, so.
Madam President, I move for approval of a budget amendment for added staff positions.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second from Mr. Queda. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. And then 9C, consider appointing a construction committee for the Board of Trustees.
So this would just be up to the board to appoint a committee of trustees that would visit the owner, architect, contractor meetings for all of our construction projects, get an opportunity to ask questions, walk the projects, and just get different insight.
I move that we accept, well, maybe.
Yeah, you can, people can say that they want to, that you're interested. I know we presented this to you, so. If there's anybody else.
I would be interested in being on the construction committee.
I would as well.
Okay, thank you. Somebody that's not one of those three people want to make it?
Madam President, I move for Mr. Dwyer, Mrs. Miller, and Mr. Guerra to be the construction committee for the Board of Trustees.
Second. All right, I have a motion from Mr. Bright and a second from Ms. Duncan. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. And then 9D is consider appointing a budget committee for the Board of Trustees.
Yeah, so this would be a committee that would start now as we're planning for the budget for the next school year. They would see budget presentations ahead of time so that they could ask questions, give input before the rest of the board sees it at the board meeting. And it would dissolve at the end of after the budget passes for this next school year.
I do love the budget committee, so I'm willing to do that. I also weirdly love the audit committee.
Of course, it's finance.
The
It's
English
best-
major,
it's the best
the
thing.
English major in me doesn't know why, but I love it.
Count me in as well.
Madam President, I move to appoint the budget committee for the Board of Trustees and those two representatives to be Denise Crittenden and Lisa Burns.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Duncan and a second from Mr. Bright. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Thank you. Do I have any board comments or requests?
I have a comment. I want to thank those of you who are coming to the SEF Mardi Gras event on Thursday. We're going to have a great time, and I would encourage you to bid often in the silent auction and come and have fun. We're going to have a good time for it. The great cause.
What she said. I grew up there, I know.
I just want to thank the staff for staying this late. Appreciate it. We'll keep thinking we'll do these faster, but appreciate it. We know it's late and we know that tomorrow is early when everyone shows back up.
Madam President, I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, I have a motion for Mr. Dwyer, a second for Mr. Bryce. All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes 7-0. We made it before midnight, guys. 11:47 p.m.
Price is right.